Chat, how the frick are we doing? It is so good to see you for the most part. Welcome, everybody. I know that yesterday I specifically said the words, I won't be streaming tomorrow, and then I lied to you guys. So it is what it is, but welcome, everybody. It's so good to see you. We are back on DS3. Unfortunately, we are back on DS3. I'm still having that nerve pain in my arm that's like low-key making it miserable. Yeah, no, I wasn't planning on streaming, but we are going to stream. Not a super long one, okay? We're going to, I think, literally like 3 or 4 hours, okay? For today. And then, chat, afterwards, I am finally, really seriously, for real, for serious, genuinely, going to work on my video and try to get it done. Okay, I've only got 7 more rounds of it to do, and I feel like I could easily, I could easily do 1 a day and then just have it done next week, but I'm thinking I'm gonna try for like 3 today or something. Okay, perchance make it 6 or 7. All right, you're funny. Also, Dominic, of course, I will slander the slag SMG made for slagging because it might quite literally be the worst of any of the starting slag tools in the game. Genuinely, I want you to find me anything that is even in competition as being worse, Dominic, because Slag Snyder made for slagging, 70% chance, plus it does bonus, it does a splash, so there's an extra 70% chance. Slag Pistol, made for slagging, has a higher slag chance than Slag SMG, made for slagging. And my max flasks? No, I think I get 1 more. Dude, why is my game stuttering? Slag Pistol, made for slagging, is similar. It has a higher slag chance than the Slag SMG, made for slagging, and it does splash damage, grenade splash, which gives another chance to do that. Slag SMG made for slagging has like a 13% chance or something like that, and no splash on it. So you essentially have half chance every time you attack. Anyway, chat, about this freaking game. JC Soup. I know Borderlands 5, like, early access kind of goes crazy, but me and Randy, we're just cool like that, so it is what it is. I'm trying to think. I think we've done literally everything, and then we just killed the dancer. So I think quite literally the only thing we can do in this linear game, which I'm not going to complain about, the only thing we can do right now in this linear game, other than the DLC, is doing your mom, doing your mom. It's doing the dancer of Boreal Valley. What TX actually editing, as well as back-to-back streams? What have you done with my streamer? I'm sorry. I know. I'm actually working on something. I'm trying my best, chat. Lavia, welcome. Chat, I live in a constant state of like I think there's something seriously wrong with me. I'm having this whole thing with my arm, right, where it's like low-key unbearable to play. Like the other day I was playing Dark Souls 2 going for 100%, right, and I had to quit because I was like, it hurts too bad to hold the frickin' controller. So I think I'm dying. I also get headaches every single day of my life. I wake up with them and then I keep them throughout the day. It's very cool. So I don't know what that's all about, but I think I should go get that checked. Slag AR. Okay, Slag AR made for slagging. The thing is, that's not even a slag tool, so I wouldn't count that. I just tried to jump. Hold on, chat. I'm Elden Ring coded. Hello, Gathmask. Play Borderland. What if we just run past these MFs? I hate this game. I don't hate this game. I specifically said, if I complain about this game, I have to talk good about it at the same time. So here's what I'll say. I hate this game. However, while I don't think they were the best, I think the graphics were pretty good for its time. Okay. You guys happy with that? Is that good? I do live in a constant state of problem because I'm a bit of a problem. Don't put me into a situation. And you know what else about this game, chat? They changed how the save quit works, and that's perfect. It's actually perfect that they did that. Got some nitric acid on your hands last week. Safe to say I could peel off my skin layers. There we go. It's a new you. You know, you're shedding your old self and becoming new. That's awesome. Where is Salvador? Well, you can, as you can see, I'm gunzerking right now, so I've got 2. Got 2 of these. Yeah, a new you, if you will. Get it, chat? Because Borderland. So, yeah. You should make it permanent, Dominic. You know, I probably should get those headaches looked at. And then Gas is always saying it's like my eyeballs. Because, like, you guys may notice that... And low-key, I still need to go get my eyes checked. Costco is where it's at, baby. But you may notice that, like, I have a... Dude, why is my game stuttering? I have a thing where I'll constantly, like, squint my eyes really hard. But it's not because my eyes hurt. I don't know what it is, though. But I do it even when I'm not playing. Like, when I just, like, at work all day. Self-employed, by the way, but I meant when I used to work. This is this an invisible wall? This is invisible wall. Oh my gosh, Astolfo, welcome. Wait, chat. We can do Fat Artorias cosplay. Hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. We have to head back to the Shire, bro. I do have a pair of blue light glasses, but I feel like they genuinely, like, improved my life when I was playing Gage. But beyond that, I don't know. I don't know. I would need to wear them long term and document the results, because it's easy, like, when you start doing something that makes your health better, it's very easy to, like, not notice it, right? Versus if you write it down, you can look back and be like, oh wow, I didn't realize on day 1 I was like, I said that death would have been preferable to looking at my screen right now. So the no squint run, that's literally not possible. Like, my eyes right now, all they want to do is just, like, do that. I don't know. I've always done it, though. Chat, what if I gotta wear glasses? Low-key? I think I could look good in them. I'll put them on. Hello, Rango Tango. Rango, I feel like you haven't been around much. Like, you're like a dad that, like, abuses me, but then at the same time you're like, yeah buddy, I'll show up for your soccer game, and then you don't, and then all you've done is disappoint me. Shock only Gage, that will not continue. I was that what we were doing on Gage? I don't even remember what we were doing on our Gage playthrough, but I don't think that will ever come back. You know, the Zane playthrough, it might, but you know. But I need to go to the, what do they call it? The gynecologist. Get my eyes checked. Hello, Blade Ball. Welcome. Wait, chat. Am I about to look more intelligent? Well, yes, I do like DS2. I didn't even clear them. I spent that whole time cleaning them, and I didn't even freaking clean them, bro. See, the thing is, there's no scientific proof. But there's a lot of things that there's no scientific proof of that do work on an individual level, you know? So I'm always open to stuff, and I low-key am really into, like, biohacking. So I'll try them. I mean, they definitively keep the blue light out, I'll tell you that much, but beyond that, I don't know. Look, guys, I'm like Clark Kent. Can you even tell I'm TX anymore? Like... Or am I now just that guy who plays Dark Souls? I should do that. You know what? We should set up a thing where I do a second channel, but anytime I'm on the second channel, I wear glasses. Who is this gas mask guy? I don't know. He's a lurker or something. I don't know what's up with him. Chat, upload a new video today. Lock in. Been going to therapy? Oh. Well, that's probably better than going to my streams. Blue light glasses gave you a headache. Interesting. Yeah, no, here's the thing, right? I like genuinely, I kind of don't trust professionals with stuff. Like, I obviously trust a professional more than I wouldn't trust a professional. But at the same time, like, I don't know, you think about, like, the 9 in 10 dentists. So there's at least one dentist that's saying something different, which either means that he's wrong or the other dentists are wrong, but that still means that one of them is true, you know what I'm saying? I know, like, a big thing in... Dude, I don't know why my game's freezing like crazy. I know a big thing within, like, the dentistry space is, dude, what the frick is going on? Is the is the stream pausing? Like, am I freezing when that happens, or just with the game? But, like, I know a lot of people do, I think it's oil pulling or something, where you, like, swish around oil for, like, 20 minutes. And then I've seen a lot of dentists be like, this does literally nothing. But then I've also seen, like, dozens and dozens of comments where people are like, I've been doing this every day and, like, have noticed a significant increase in my life. And so it's like, either A, all of these people just happened to do the same thing and got the same results, or B, like, and the doctor was wrong, or sorry, and it was just coincidence, or B, the doctor is wrong about that, and it turns out that actually it is beneficial under the right circumstances. So, I don't know. I'm open to blue light glasses. They may or may not have an effect. I have no clue. But I'm never opposed to it. As I practically do science on a weekly basis, a lot of it is still biased, but results are still objective. Unless human error, but that's what the discussion on Live Report is about. Exactly. Absolutely, I do my own plumbing. Yeah, it's mass placebo. But then that's not even, like, placebo with something like that. Where, like, I don't know. I've seen so many things like that where a lot of, and, like, there are a lot of things that were once considered incorrect or unscientific that are now considered scientific or correct, you know? Like, a lot of things where I was like, hey, I think that this, like, ingredient is really bad. And then they're like, no, this ingredient is actually the best ingredient. Is there literally nothing back here, by the way? And then it's like, actually, there's no, this is totally fine. FDA approves it. And then it comes out later. It's like, yeah, dude, this causes an instant colonoscopy. And you're like, oh, I don't even understand how that works, but that's crazy. And then it's like, yeah, so don't use that. It's like, oh, okay. So I don't know. That's why I take everything I hear with a grain of salt, even if it's from a professional. Well, not with a grain of salt from a professional. I'll still take the professional advice most of the time. But then, you know, like Jolts is a professional Borderlands player. And then when the Nirvana came out in Borderlands 2, he said that it acts like a Hyperion because it makes your accuracy better, because he's playing Salvador with Steady as she goes. So it's like, okay, so Jolts would be an extremely viable source of information. But that doesn't mean that sometimes what he says isn't going to be wrong. And just because someone's a professional in one study, people will always use like the, I'm a doctor, so, and it's like, yes, but you are like, you know, you're a heart health doctor. This is a brain doctor question. And then the fact that there are things that like certain doctors will disagree about, it's like, okay, well, obviously there's at least something to it, because otherwise Dr. A wouldn't be claiming that something happens that Dr. B says doesn't happen. There's at least something there that should further be investigated. I'm kind of getting cooked. And for instance, when NASA says the Earth is round, how do we know? Chat, I'm getting cooked right now. Hold on. I forgot I can just mash the button. Also, let me, here, watch this. Cestus, Perseverance, LB. See, it's just that simple. So with that, it's a doctor causing oil swishing isn't better than mouthwash, and people doing it in reality saying swishing oil is better than swishing nothing. People will start doing random things to take care of themselves. Well, I have heard a lot of consistent results that it does things that mouthwash does not do long term. And again, it's not been backed yet, but I have heard that it's a lot more than just mouthwash. And a lot of people that I've seen them talk about saying that like they used to use mouthwash, blah, 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 but then they started doing that and it cleared up this, cleared up that, cleared up that. So I don't know, but there's a lot of people that say the same thing. So I'm like, something. And that's, I don't know. I wouldn't say that's the same gas, because that's going from not using something to using something and then saying the thing that you don't, saying the other thing you don't use doesn't work. As where this is people going, I've used everything. I've had orthodontists tell me this. I've tried this. None of that worked. I then used this thing and this thing worked. Not saying the other things don't work, but saying that this thing does work. You know? You know, Rango, I started watching Your Lie in April back like 7 years ago, and I went, man, this is boring AF, and quit watching. Mr. Pennsylvania or something, that'd be pretty good. My alter ego. Chat, do we just run past everything in this game? We'll play it like a real Dark Souls player. We'll play it like how people want to play Dark Souls 2. Not YouTube doctors. I think YouTube short doctors are allowed to talk about whatever the heck they want. I think that they're not allowed to, like... Ooh, I might die here. I would think that they're not allowed to, like, actually prescribe you something or give you actual medical advice. But they're also totally allowed to just be like, I'd recommend this to a YouTube short. And then be wrong about it. And I don't know. I mean, think about how many things that, like, throughout life they used to do certain medical practices that they don't now. And you'd be like, well, we're sophisticated to the point where, like, we know that now. It's also like, I don't know, a lot of things haven't had, like, the proper studies done because it's just assumed that, yeah, that's right. Can I kick down this ladder? Did I just kick down this ladder? I did just kick down this ladder. I might be cooked. Chug use chat. There's also a lot of things where something like that, I don't know if oil pulling works or if it doesn't work. But with something like that, it is kind of weird that it's a thing that, like, I'm low-key need to bonfire back. I'm going to die right here. It's kind of weird that it's a thing that kind of has not really been studied, and yet it's just instantly written off by all the doctors. Don't even do that, bro. It's like, well, it's not harmful. And, like, you could study it and then, like, look if it works or not. But I feel like I've seen a lot of scientists shut down potential hypotheses because they think they know better than it. It's like, you might be totally right that something like that does nothing, or something like blue light glasses do literally nothing. But wouldn't we be better off if, like, you studied the effects of it to see whether or not it does or doesn't work? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I did. I'm sorry, Dominic. I did stop watching it. I have a hard time watching shows in general, and it was not keeping my attention, I won't lie. It's because there wasn't enough sound effects. There wasn't, you know, a $100,000 Mr. Beast video on the line or anything like that, so... TBH, like, what was I supposed to do? I just punched an explosive veil. Hold on. Lock the frick in. Also, chat, happy Easter tomorrow. I'm glad you're spending your Easter's Eve with me. What a goat. Yeah, DS3 looking like DS2 gameplay right now. AKA insanely goated. Chat, low-key, 10 out of 10 doctors recommend checking out the Mr. TX01 YouTube channel, I think. So that's like an undisputed claim, you know what I mean? Yeah, if there would have been more, like, zooms and sound effects or something, like, I probably could have watched Your Lie in April, but there just wasn't, unfortunately, so, you know, it didn't keep my attention like that. Okay, now we go up here. With some Cody Plays guy. Shout out Cody Play Boo Boo. Welcome, Venomous. I got given a moisturizer that helps with rosacea and eczema, then got told by the pharmacist literally today that 12% of people flare up with that moisturizer. So why did they give it to people if 1 in 10 people flare up from it? I don't know. No, and think about that too. There are so many... This is what I'm saying, chat. This is why it's... You should trust the professional to an extent, but you should take everything in life into account. Unless it's something that can just be, like, very easily backed up. If someone tells you the sky's not blue, like, low-key, if someone like Mac tells you that, like... If someone like Mac told you, like, the sky is blue, you might need to double-check that. But for the most part, right, if there's something like, oh, a car typically has 4 wheels, very easily factually backed up. But if it's something that can go on a person-to-person basis, it's immediately going to be different. And, like, Think about how many people have talked about it, where they're like, yeah, you know, I had this and that happen. I went to doctors and surgeons. They said that, you know, this spot on my arm was nothing. And then years later, I came down with cancer and now I have 8 months to live because the doctors incorrectly came out with the incorrect diagnoses of what I had. I don't know why the game's freezing. Came out with that incorrect diagnoses of what I had. And it's like, yeah, that sort of thing happens. Oh my gosh. Mine don't freeze when that happens. It doesn't look like. That sort of thing happens all the time, even though it's a trusted professional telling them what is or isn't wrong with them. And so, I don't know. Ultimately, it's like things are all from human sources, and so it's inherently going to have something wrong with it. If it's something that can 100% without a doubt factually be backed up, the Nirvana is an SMG in Borderlands 2. It's like, yes. You know, if it's like, oh, then if someone tells you, oh, the Nirvana does weapon splash, if Jolt's told you the Nirvana does weapon splash, you'll think, yeah, the Nirvana does, it's doing splash damage. Makes sense. It's a Maliwan weapon. But you should still have that inkling where you're like, wait, but does it do grenade splash though? And then you should do your research on it. And could turn out that the person who tells you it is entirely right, and it does weapon splash, or you realize that, oh, this actually does grenade splash, and I was told wrong by the professional who has more experience with this than anyone else I know. And, or like, you know, with I don't know, it's just everything in life. It's just everything in life. I feel like you should always take everything into account, and that doesn't mean be skeptical about everything. That just means don't take everything as an absolute 100%, and instead take it as like, okay, I'm hearing what you're saying, and thank you, Dark Souls 3, and I'm absorbing that info. I wonder if it's because there's no way that would be causing it. I'm absorbing the info. I'm taking in what you said. I will use that to make better choices within my life, and I will do my own research on it and figure out whether or not what you just said makes sense and is accurate. You know? And then low-key, like, you go down that pipeline too far, and that's how you become a flat earther, chat. So be a little careful. Wait, Astolfo, I just saw what you said. That's so real, by the way. So that all said, chat, let's say that in the woods, let's say that there was this guy with a big foot, right? No, I wasn't going to tie it into that, but, you know, I could. I absolutely could. When I originally went to the doctor about a lump, she told me it was nothing there. Milk pushed me to get a second opinion, so I did, and there was a tumor. Always get a second opinion if you don't feel right or they tell you otherwise. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So... Dominic's hitting me with the skies in blue. See, bro, the sky professional chemist right here really just hit me with the sky isn't blue. So I'm like, okay, let me take that into account. Dominic, I'm just really interested in the subject, okay? Just with the Jolts incident with the Nirvana, experts can be wrong. Though there are experts, because they are wrong less often. Exactly, exactly. And that's why you shouldn't trust everything someone says just because they're usually right, and at the same time, you shouldn't not trust someone just because they're wrong most of the time, because what they can say can still be right. In the same way that you can, like, hate someone to death and hate someone as a being, but that doesn't make what they're saying wrong or their opinion incorrect or less valid just because you hate them, because they may still have they may factually be correct about something, or may still have a more acceptable opinion regardless of the fact that you hate their guts, you know? And I feel like a lot of times in life, people will be like, I hate this guy, so therefore everything he says is wrong. Or I like this guy, and so therefore I agree with everything he says. And that's how you kind of get into like radicalized like pipelines and stuff. It happens with almost everything. Almost everything. It'll happen politically, it'll happen religiously, it'll happen with video games, it'll happen with shows, music, everything. Where it's like, oh, I'm part of this group of people. They believe this thing. So everything they believe, I believe. Everything that they say, because, you know, I believe that they're right on 90% of things. So that means they're probably right on everything. Right? Versus on the other end, they're looking at it. They're in this group. They're like, well, this one thing that they said over here is wrong. And so therefore, probably everything they say is wrong. And it's like, no, that's not how that works. But that is how you get radicalized. And then that happens a lot with religion. I know a lot of people who are like this, who they grew up in like Catholic school or whatnot, or Christian school. And a lot of times when you grow up your kid into a religious school, it's one thing if you're trying to grow up your kid to be religious, or you teach him about whatever religion you're a part of. Do whatever you want, right? But if you don't let them make their own decision, and instead you are forcing them into a religion, what ends up happening every time, and I've noticed it every time, they never know what they're actually talking about because they haven't been versed on it, and instead have been brought up into it in a way that they've never taken their own beliefs into question, right? Thank you, lag. They've never had to question their own beliefs, and within that, it makes it so... Again, I've seen this very often. They'll grow up, they'll hear one thing that's like, well, that doesn't make any sense about X religion that you're in. That doesn't make any sense. This seems wrong. And then they're like, well, if this is wrong, then it must all be wrong. And then they do like a really radical switch to all of a sudden, now all that I've ever believed is wrong because this thing that I believed is wrong. And it's because they never questioned themselves. They never questioned their beliefs or anything like that. And so they get radicalized into the opposite end. I had one friend like that. He grew up really Christian and stuff. And then, what's the bonfire? I think it's actually the dancer bonfire that we go back to. He grew up like really Christian, really Christian parents and stuff. Then he swapped, and he's a very radical person wherever he goes. Then he swapped and like started watching like Amazing Atheist or something like that, and became the most atheist MF I knew, where any time that religion would get brought up around anyone, he'd be the guy, you know God's not real, right? You know God's not real, right? I was like, dude, you're just kind of being unlikable right now to everyone. But he did the exact thing, and it was like that. I've seen him swap like political sides probably 4 times in his life, and it's always the most radical every time because, dude, why is my freaking game doing this? The 5070 just can't run Dark Souls 3 nowadays. But yeah, it's constant, like, they were right about X thing, so therefore everything's right. And then on the same sentence, you know, they were wrong about Y thing, so everything under Y is wrong. Also, like Air, 3 minutes ago, welcome. How's it going? I'm glad this is your favorite game. Is it mine? No, but it is a good game, I'll admit. The real problems with religious schools and religious people is that they don't always act... is that they don't always act like fact that they can be questioned by others and teach kids from a young age not to question their faith. Yeah, they specifically will teach them to not question it. And so, like, I know so many people who've grown up where you'll ask them something and they just kind of, like, go with it because they're like, because that's how it is, because it's written here. And it's like, but why, though? But why, though? I'm not saying you're wrong, but, like, question it, you know? So I question all of my stuff always. But I feel like it's very good to always question yourself on every opinion you may have, because it allows you to have a significantly stronger opinion, not in a bad way of like, dude, this guy's got freaking strong opinions. I forgot I wanted to do Fat Artorias. Hold on. But in the sense of, like, much stronger founded opinions where you know why you hold that opinion and you have a more proper understanding. Like, it really is important to delve into the other side of the opinion in order to fully understand why you have your side of the opinion. You know what I'm saying? Big Church told me to question... yeah, Big Church told me to question faith. One of these is an invisible wall, I believe, but I don't remember though. And then, I don't know. I'll quit yapping about it, but it's just annoying. People are annoying to me. Was he a Scientologist? I don't think at any point he was, no, unfortunately, but I low-key could have seen it happen. Yeah, brilliant. You're still definitely I thought there's an invisible wall somewhere around here. You still have to be in control of your life, and a lot of people will hit like the Jesus takes the wheel type thing. And then even like within that, I don't know. I see a lot of people like with religion, it's all or nothing. It's either full on like nothing exists, you are wrong, there's nothing else to this world. Or B is like what I believe is 100% true factually, and like there's no letting up, right? It's like you don't know though. Like for all you know, you could all be right. Like you truly won't know any of this until the day that you die.
Is this a Solar reference?
You truly won't know any of this until the day that you die, you know? And it's like, I don't know, I wouldn't write off, because I mean, I've got my own beliefs and stuff, but I wouldn't write off other people's beliefs as just like non-factual. I'd be like, you know, I have mine. This is what I believe truly exists, truly happens, truly whatnot. But if I'm wrong about what I believe, then I'm wrong about what I believe, and I was wrong. You know? And that's fine. I feel like it's important to find the thing that works best for you, that makes the most sense to you, that gives you the most hope in life, and will give you the happiest life that you can have, and not stomp on the beliefs of others. That's the most annoying thing. Like, it's one thing to not believe what other people believe, but when you full on stomp on the beliefs of others, like, that's just not cool. You know? It doesn't matter whether that's you being like an atheist who's like, your God isn't real, or if you are, you know, a Christian who's like, you know, Buddha's not real. It's like, dude, just let people live how they want to live. Cults are sometimes actively just bad for bad's sake, but, oh, you're talking about that. Yeah, religion and cults are honestly similar, and low-key there are some where like, that seems a little cultish. Oh, I gotta frickin'... Okay, hold on. I didn't buy any Artorias stuff, right? Alright, let's go to my dark twisted mind real quick. No, you're not are you talking to me? Because no, you're not annoying. I don't know, chat. I think that, like, thinking for yourself is one of the things that I'm, like, more passionate about in life. Because I see so many people that don't think for themselves. And that's why I don't trust anyone. If someone, like, reads out and agrees with all of the beliefs of one thing or another, it kind of doesn't matter what it is, I don't trust them, because I don't, like, if they're, let's say that they were atheist and they're hardcore 100% on all things atheism. They're like, this is the way, this is how it is. I don't trust that, because I'm like, that sounds like you just have taken every point of atheism and you've just assumed that every part of it is correct. Or with, like, politics, they take every single side, or every single, like, opinion of their side. I just don't trust it, man. I really don't. It's like, I feel like you haven't really taken any of this into consideration, and you're just doing it because it's the thing that you were taught to do in some way or another. Chat, rate the build, rate the fit, 1 to 10, comment section down below. Rate it. 1 to 10. If you know Dark Souls 1, you know. Artorias, he fell off. Also, we got a bone shard. In my case, let me teleport first, lowbrow. Okay, so we go to the dancer, and then we can fight... Oh, actually, wait. Let's upgrade our Caestus a bit more. I think we can upgrade it. And then I don't have a slab, but I low-key don't remember where slabs are. Hey, slab. No shards, that's fine. Reinforce. Beautiful. We can actually get both of those. Titanite scale. All right. Yeah, we need 2 slabs. I think one of them comes from the Sigurd quest, which we earlier said we weren't going to do, so that's now cooked. And I don't remember where you get the other one. Maybe Archdragon Peak or something, which we could do, actually. I forgot about Archdragon Peak. I kind of don't want to, but we're going to do all bosses, so we will do it at a point. Don't believe in any religion. Many of them are so hypocritical in my eyes. No, I know. But you shouldn't... Okay, Astolfo, what I will say about that is you should not make your beliefs based off the way that people that are in that act, you know? Like, if I was researching and I didn't know what I wanted to be a part of, I wouldn't choose to be I wouldn't choose to not be atheist just because a lot of atheists that you see are kind of jerks, right? And I wouldn't choose to just not be, you know, religious because a lot of religious people happen to be bigoted or something. But I get what you're saying. And I think it is very hypocritical. And some of the most hateful people that I've seen are in the religions where you're supposed to be as loving as possible. And I don't like that. I think that's really bad. But I wouldn't attribute that to the religion or to the belief system or whatnot. I did not know that, Dominic. I did not know that at all. Alright, well, old Dragon Slayer, I don't know if he takes any fire damage, but, like, hopefully he does. Also, let me actually send down the elevator this time, because that was, like, the 3rd time I had to wait for it, up and down. What's the damage difference right now? Why am I crazy? 399 to 266, so this definitely does more, but no perseverance. But this definitely does more. I have a feeling that once we get 40-40, the cases will be better, so it'll probably be the one that we slab up. Hey, slab. Reference, chat, to Borderlands, if you've ever heard of Borderlands.
Oh my gosh, it's Ornstein! Oh my gosh, it's the old Dragon Slayer!
I didn't have time to do a second roll.
Oh my gosh, it's the old Dragon Slayer armor from Dark Souls 2.
Alright, so I feel like this is notoriously a pretty difficult fight. And I don't know, this is a weird fight where sometimes I just literally have, like, stand no chance, and other times I feel like I'm kind of pro, so. Chat, we don't have a Gamba going, I apologize. Delayed awe attack, bro. Elden Ring awe. I'm pretty sure that for some reason they decide that his butterfly needs to attack later. Butterfly in the sky, I can fly twice as high. Chat, you guys reading Rainbow Kids or what? Yep, there's the butterfly bit. Butter bit. Wait, are we cooking this guy, like, to absolute death right now? What the frick? This is the easiest boss in the game, chat. If you've ever had problems on this boss, leave it in the comment section below. You might be the worst player that's ever existed. Wait, why am I kind of... Okay, hear me out, chat. Hear me out. Thank you, Fentanyl. Fentanyl. It's the good kind.
Ain't it all the good kind, chat?
No. It's this Artorias cosplay. Bro, Artorias came back from the abyss and was like, hold up. For anyone who doesn't know, I'm swapping to like 98 pieces of gear because I need to get more souls from those items I put on. Also, look at this. So there was a bonfire right back there. Then there's a bonfire right here. Watch this. Watch this, chat. You guys ready for this? You ready for this bonfire placement? It's very strategic bonfire placement. Chat, W placement. That's right. I think this isn't there. I wasn't paying attention. My bad. All right, 30 deaths this playthrough. Don't clip that. Hydrate. I got you, Zana. That was not a clip farm, by the way. That was genuine. Gonna go pass out in bed now. Haven't slept all day. Walked like 10 km. Use real words, man. Because I spaced out on the bus and had to do chores probably when I got home. Good night, Astolfo. Have a good night. Thank you for being here. As always, I appreciate you. Sleep well, lowbrow. We could give her the eyes of the Firekeeper that like allow her to like see into the world, and she realizes how bad and evil this world is. But low-key Firekeeper, I mean, it's how you take the world, you know, more than anything. All right, let's start on our dexterity climb. If we can hit 40-40, I think Castus does more than Dragon Punch, and it has a better weapon art too. But yeah, no, that's actually just so fair. Like, just look at Red Dead Redemption. Bigfoot is gotta be real. Yeah, average Elden Ring bonfire right there, by the way. All right, to the Grand Archives. Dude, that first bonfire is like slag SMG made for slagging, and the second bonfire is like slag pistol made for slagging. It's like, yeah, I guess I could use that, but it's just like slightly worse than this one because there's like nothing here. What is this? There's like a soul or a ring or something? A chunk? A chunk? You make me laugh. A chunk. I sense a chunk nearby. Link, there's a chunk nearby. You can use that to upgrade your stuff. I don't know why this game's crashing out, by the way. Guys, would you... If I did a TEDx talk, would you come watch? I like how half of TEDx talks or TED Talks are like useful. And then the other half like aren't useful. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of funny to me. You'd watch. What would we make it on, Dominic? How Borderlands saved my life. Yeah, you like that? Chat, if you haven't seen it yet, I uploaded a Veracitif's speedrun. Raid boss, raid kill speedrun as a YouTube short. So it's very easy to digest, very quick to watch. I'd go recommend checking out my channel and watching it, you know? That's true, actually. It would be a Bigfoot TED Talk, like 1000%. I could go on for eons. It's just very interesting to me. Because out of all cryptids, it's like the most possible, I would say. At least based off my research. You can talk to an orange and we'd watch.
Hey, Apple. Hey, Apple. Castus.
Beats him to death. Wait, that's fire. Did I just come up with a new YouTube idea? I like how there's that one day I asked, like, oh, if you could run into any cryptid, what would it be? And Gas was like, Skinwalker. Dude, you will not leave that one alive. You know, if you say something like a chupacabra or something, like you'll survive a chupacabra attack. No kidding. But like, you really want to try a one-on-one with a Skinwalker. But you know, this is the Nukem versus Pistons blimp guy, so guess I can't blame him. Look, chat. This is spa therapy. And now I'm a wax head. And now I... Oh, crap. Wait. Am I extremely flammable or resistant to fire now? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's neither of those options. No, I think there's a lot of cryptids that you could survive an encounter with. Because, like, not all of them are just, like... Like, the Skinwalker is just, like, I'm going to kill you. As where other ones are, like, you know... People have, like, Bigfoot sightings, but it's people aren't constantly like, yo, Bigfoot killed me to death, right? As where Skinwalker is like, you hear about the boy who went missing on Skinwalker Ranch? They say his insides were turned outsides. Or like, nobody's like, there's no like, I survived a chupacabra attack in a magazine. You know what I'm saying? Because nobody gets attacked by them. It would just be like, oh, hey, chupacabra. Oh my gosh, what the frick? And if that little rat tries to come up and bite you, you kick him in the head. Is this Big Hat Logan? Possibly. Quite possibly. Alright, it's beautiful. Beautiful! So a story that recently happened to me. Was coming home from working in the lab all day. The train conductor was noticing how actually huge my feet are. Size 46. The Tooth Fairy is not a cryptid. Let me look. Size 46 shoe in US. A 13. Yeah, bro. My bro's flexing his feet right now. It's kind of freaky. No, you guys know what's so sad? So Witchy Willow in the Discord has been playing the Resident Evil games. And they played Resident Evil 3, and I don't know what happened, but somehow they got brainwashed into thinking it was a good game. Rest in peace, bro. Rest in peace. What the frick? Don't starve our arms. Like, what the flip, dude? Dude, what the flip? I really like the areas. They do it mostly in DS3, where they put two lizards right next to each other, so you have no chance of killing them both. DS3 or DS2 does it as well, but DS2 is kind of worse because you can't just save quit for it. So, guys, I've got lukewarm chug juice, or like maybe slightly chilled chug juice, I guess. Twilight tone note. I'm gonna look before I speak. Hold on. Yeah, they do still have chaos weapons in this game. I don't remember how do the. Not that any of you know necessarily. Not that you would know. What does the chaos gem do in this game? Because in Dark Souls 1, does it? I don't remember. Does it scale with humanity in Dark Souls 1? Is that how that works? It's like using a fire enchanted weapon, but it scales with humanity, I think. So what the frick is it in this game? I do not remember at all. Dang, they got lizards all over this place. Prosperity 3. What is Prosperity 3? I think you brought that up the other day, didn't you? And I had no clue what you were talking about, and then I asked you, and then you probably answered, and then I forgot. Am I correct in that assessment? It's actually insane to me that people beat these games hitless, and like Hob beating every game in a row hitless is insane. I don't know, maybe you didn't, but I've heard that name. Someone else, either you asked it at a point or someone else asked it, and I have literally no clue what that is. Also, wait, why did they just give me homeward bones? Why did they give me homeward bones when I'm at the location in the game when I have infinite... I have the coiled sword fragment, which allows me essentially infinite homeward bones. Why would they give me homeward bones as a reward for my exploration? That's got to be like the worst thing ever. Oh, things aren't looking too hot. Chat, why do I almost kind of like this area? Like, by all metrics, I shouldn't, because it's kind of like the Duke's Archives, and it's kind of worse in some ways, but I don't know, you know? By DS3 standards, like, I don't hate this place. I don't know, I didn't just drop. Oh, that's a ladder. Look at that. The skip, dude. You guys ever heard of Jolts, dude? Last big team is Prosperity 3. I heard somewhere recently, Prosperity 3. What the frick is that? Prosperity 3? What is this? That was either you or I'm gaslighting myself into believing that I heard about that. Like, what are you even talking about? No offense. What is this? Take on a great Auk? What is a great Auk? Aku, Crash Bandicoots, Sprash, Crandy, Boot.
Yeah.
Ah, boy. One of these guys. I get cooked by these guys every time, so... We're gonna tank it. Maybe we genuinely don't need to tank it. Wow, look at that, chat. I used my skills to roll properly. Who's proud of me? One in the chat.
Hello, Starmaid.
I was talking about my consistent headaches every time that I exist in life. And so they told me to put on the glasses. The blue light glasses. But do you trust me more now? Like, do I seem like a more worthy source of information, Starmaid? If my hypothesis serves me, as it does, I figure that your mother will be by my side in approximately 8 to 10 hours. Hello, Shane. Chaos. I assume you're talking about Chaos very lately. You either are on delay or thank you for the late response. I appreciate it. If Chaos just scales with Faith and Int, what is the difference between Fire and Chaos in this game? Like, Chaos just sounds like it would be better, but also it's DS3, so I wouldn't be surprised. What was that delayed attack? Bro's playing Elden Ring out here. What the frick? But it's DS3, so I would kind of just assume that it's worse. Who the frick is Gabriel? Oh, that's me. I forgot. Please don't kill me!
Yeah.
Oh, also, I didn't add up the death counter. Moonblade, you missed it. You didn't gamble when we were, doing the old Dragon Slayer armor. Yeah, he got cooked first try, by the way. When you criticize DS3 and praise DS2, I know you got spreadsheets. That's true. I've got spreadsheets. Thanks to the glasses, it just unleashes something in me. Link, that enemy's way tougher than you. Maybe instead of fighting him right now, you should find a closer bonfire. But only DS2 has bad hitboxes, though, chat. All right, Dominic, thank you for being here. Thank you for being... It's always either you or Cursor Cultist. You're the only two that keeps YouTube chat even going, TBH. But thank you for being here. I will see you later or next time. And, yeah, thank you for your correction of hypothesis versus normal thesis. Literal Elden Ring enemy, by the way. What the hell-ly? Chat, I don't curse, by the way, but... I know why that almost came out. My bad, bro. This is the Dragon Bone Fist Weapon Glove. I actually don't know what this one's called. TBH. Also, Starmaid. I didn't even realize that was on a 20 stream streak. Thank you so much. This is the Demon Fist. That's what I gave your mom last night. Oh my goodness. Moonblade on a 50 stream streak. Absolutely insane. Thank you so much. That is crazy. That's actually insane. Moonblade, do you have a job? Genuine question. I just wonder, you're always here somehow. And I appreciate that. But like, I don't know how that's possible. Soul stream? Wait, that's what we're doing right now. One in the chat if you got that joke. Drop it in the comment section down below. Subscribe for more. Yeah, got him. Hey, Dominic, you're dead naming him right now. Calm down, buddy. Am I about to get just like pounced by 100 enemies right here? This looks like it would be, but no, actually. Where's the freaking shortcuts, man? Dark Souls 3 is too hard for me. Wait, check out the weapon art. Look how much damage it does. Oh, it does... what's that? What's that? Oh, it does absolutely nothing and is absolutely worthless. Oh, good point. I agree, actually. So is this just the most useless overhang of all time?
Well, you'll have to go out of it later. Well, later. This will happen later.
Well, later, alligator. How about that? Later, alligator. How about that? Got him. Alright, here we go. Shortcut number 1. Hello, Brucey. 50 stream streak, harder than a 9 to 5.
Ain't that the truth?
Thank you so much, Moonblade, for the insano number. Right, you gotta, like, lever that somehow. With this lever right there. A more swaggy Markiplier. Yeah, let me dye the... Let me grow out more of a beard and dye it black. You'll be like, oh my gosh, Markiplier, when did you get so smart? Nah, it's just what I do. I've always been this way. Since birth, I was born with 100. I was born with 100 IQ, then it went up from there. Fire Infusion would be better for low SL since it has higher raw damage. Chaos is better scaling at higher solo. Oh, okay. So, okay. I guess that's fine. That's a weird... I feel like that's a little bit of a weird choice that they did that, but... I'll take it. Also, does this guy drop something? I don't remember. Probably not anything worth it. Surely there's an item here. This is not worth it. Unless this is a Titanite slab, it's not worth it. Yeah. Who cares, bro? Who cares, little bro? Little bro. Hello, Bendert. You know, every time I play DS3, I kind of wish I was playing a different Souls game, I'll be honest, but I'm enjoying it as much as I know I can enjoy DS3. You know, I've been feeling that too, Moon. I don't know why you swapped from quad blades, but it kind of fit you better. Just keep adding something to blade, you know? Trash blade. Wax blade. Oh my gosh. Are you Wax blade? From Dark Souls 3 reference? Nah, you don't like DS3. ADP blade? Something like that. Something you love. You know, it's gotta be something you love. ADP blade or like Pursuer grab blade. How about that? Mimic blade. Wait. That's fire, bro. And Bender, I get why people like DS3, but I don't know. For me, here's how it goes, right? Every time I play DS1, man, this might be the best game FromSoft has ever made. Every time I play DS2, man, this might be the best game FromSoft ever made. Every time I play DS3, man, DS1 and 2 might be the best games FromSoft ever made. That is pretty consistently how it goes for me. I don't know, I just feel like for me, there's not much in this game where I'm like, this game did it better than any of the others. As where most of the other FromSoft games, I'm like, this one did X better, this one did Y better. Isn't this just straight up the Blackblade Kindred? This is just an Elden Ring boss right here, by the way. But there's a lot in the other games where I'm like, man, it definitely, you know, Dark Souls 1 definitely did the world building the best. Dark Souls 2 definitely did the build variety the best. You know, Elden Ring definitely did mashing the B button to escape the enemy the best, you know? But then DS3, it always just feels like it, for me, it's like it doesn't really do any of it the best, but it does it all at a pretty good quality at the same time, you know? So, other than the linearity is genuinely like the #1 thing. If they changed nothing about this game, but made the world more interconnected like DS1, or even like DS2, I think that would instantly raise it up, and I'd probably like it more than DS2. But it's just, like, I'm definitely the type of person where just call me weird. I guess I'm just weird like this. I'm definitely the type of person where I would much rather do like 10 brand new playthroughs than take like one character to NG plus whatever. And I like going through, like, I've done so many Dark Souls 1 playthroughs where it's like, oh, you know, play through the game, but you know, this run I'm gonna go get the Great Club and get plus 15 before I get anything and see how that goes. And then the next run I'm gonna play through and I'm only gonna use the, I don't know, the S stock, and I'm only gonna level it up once per boss and whatnot. And like, you can do that, you know, or like, oh, I want to use sorcery only, and you can take it to extremes, or you can do it normally, you know, you can do it in a more normal way. You go save the guy in Lower Undead Burg, and it's like, you know, you're using Soul Arrow and stuff, or if you want to get really crazy, you can speed run the DLC, and especially with glitches, you can speed run the DLC and get pursuers and just kill everything in the game, you know? DS3, it holds you back so much, and every playthrough feels the same because you're forced to go through the same areas no matter what. And so it's like, you know, yeah, I can go get, it's like, oh, my pyromancy, I really, you know, for my pyromancy build, I really want Boulder Heave, so I have to go through Fair and Keep. And at the same time, it's like, oh, I really want these spells, so I have to go get the book from Fair and Keep. Or, oh, I really want, you know, like, I really want to use the Exile Greatsword, so I have to go through Fair and Keep. And it's like, none of them really change, as we're, in the other games, your game plan changes significantly based off of what you want to do. That said, especially if you're the type of person that doesn't really replay the games a ton, DS3 might be the best option for you. It's a really good game in a lot of ways. It just has a lot of things that I don't like, and the biggest one is that repeated playthroughs are not my favorite, and I replay the games like crazy, so... But again, if this is your favorite one, that is totally fine. I totally get why people love this game so much. It's just not... It's not for me. In the same way that I get why people hate DS2, you know? Yeah, it's very, very safe. And it relies really, really heavily on, like, remember Dark Soul? Remember Dark Soul? Diego, we were forced to wear blue light glasses because I was talking about how many headaches I get. And then they were like, wear the blue light glasses. So, we've got the blue light glasses. Also, low-key chat, welcome Hexy. I will once again give you guys this challenge. What is the point of this shortcut? This might be the most useless shortcut in the game. DS3 is like, look, shortcut like Dark Souls. It's like, this was just worse than, like, this is just the worst shortcut ever created by man, by humanity itself. But genuinely, homework. I gave you guys homework yesterday, so where's it at? Name me one area in Dark Souls. Is that Dark Souls 2? Oh my gosh, it's the Dark Souls 2 guy! Name me one area in Dark Souls 3 where you go, man, I like that area. Do it. Challenge run. Yeah, I'm listen, Artorias, after he got sent to the Abyss, his wife left him, lost the kids, lost the car, lost the house. And he just lost track for a little bit, but he's back in his arc right now. He's trying to better his life. What is the Cinders mod? I've never played it. I've never played any of the overhaul mods because I'm not normally a modder, but
Very well then.
I'd be interested. Dang, we get 3 damage a level with this.
Farewell, Ashen One.
You like that Mimic Blade? Oh no. Oh no. I just realized you already changed. I kind of hate it already. Like, it's not right. What is max Estus in this game? Yeah, he had one too many flasks for sure. Is it max Estus 15 plus 10? Only replayed each games a few times. I think the combat is the most engaging in DS3, which is why it works best for me. Yeah, and honestly, like, I've got problems with the combat in this game. This game really started the trend. Like, a lot of the bosses in this game, you can look at and be like, that's just an Elden Ring boss, pretty much. Like, Pontiff just feels like an Elden Ring boss. And for that, I don't necessarily love a lot of the bosses, but a lot of the boss fights in this game are just straight up, like, the best in the series. So, and the combat does feel pretty smooth and refined. I prefer Elden Ring combat. I think that Elden Ring took the combat in this and made it better. But it also made the bosses worse. Like, if Elden Ring had a bunch of DS3 bosses, I think it would be better. Because this game was still made... like, we want you to beat it, as where Elden Ring is like, make hard game. You guys play hard game. You play hard game. You like hard game. So we make hard game. It's like, well... yeah, I mean, I like hard game to an extent. But yeah, I think the replay aspect is genuinely, like, the biggest thing for me. And then there's so many things. There's so many things where it's like, for instance, right? This weapon. It's got the very cool spinning fire attack, right? Except I just straight up do more damage if I just press LB. And it doesn't cost FP. And they did the same thing with the Dancer's Blades. If you have ever used the Dancer's Blades, Bender, oh my goodness, how butchered can you make an item? Do these guys all have drops? Maybe we should kill them. They literally, in PvP, will sometimes do 1 damage on the weapon art, where you do the spin to win. And it's like, this could be the coolest weapon in the game. And it does literally 1 damage, because weapon arts are so horribly balanced in this game. There's some that are just like, wow, this is broken. And then so many of them are like so bad. And boss weapons in general just aren't very good for the most part. And then on top of that, like, you compare it to DS2, it's crazy, right? In DS2, you can take the Pursuer's Ultra Greatsword. You can take 2 of them if you want. You can take the Pursuer's Ultra Greatsword, get it, max it out, infuse it with lightning, okay? So you're infusing a boss weapon with lightning. Then on top of that, throw on Sunlight Blade on it for extra lightning damage. And then you can use a Bonfire Ascetic to hit NG+, and kill the Pursuer again to get a second one, right? And now you can power stance like a dark and a lightning Pursuer's Ultra Greatsword. And it's amazing. And you can buff them up. And it's just great. And I love that. And DS3, in DS3, if there's an item that has an innate scaling in something other than bleed, you just can't infuse it with anything else. And I don't even think, like, if I put on this deep battle axe, can I even resin the deep battle axe? No, you can't even do that. So I don't know. This game just, like, it lacks so much variety. And that's really it, isn't it? Because the weapon variety is bad, the spell variety is bad, and the variety in your playthrough is bad because the playthrough will always go the same way. Also, Chocolate Narwhal, welcome. Cinders is slightly more than Dark Souls 3.5. It adds new bosses, armor, weapons, and such, and unfortunately still has a lot of nostalgia bait. Hold on, I'm locking in. See, chat, you've got the weapon art of that other one versus Chad Perseverance. Look at this. Let me live. I don't want to die. I'm telling you, this is the best weapon art in the game, guys. Genuinely, like, it's a contender, okay? Okay, so that guy drops useless junk. Got it. He's spam rolling. GG, bro. What's next? You gonna start chugging? Guys, I watched the hardest to watch video of all time. Let me tell you about it soon. Like, literally, I had to step away. Okay, and it was on YouTube. Also, don't worry, I will continue reading your comment about what the Cinders mod is. I'm just kind of getting cooked right now to the absolute fullest extreme, so. Come on, bro. Just drop your loot, man. Alright, there we go. Chat. The twin princes are not dying. They're not dying. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of installs are bait, but about equal to DS1, DS2, Bloodborne, and I think some Sekiro. Don't quote me on that. Plus more area progression choices, but not as much as an overhaul, I'd say. Convergence, which is closer to an entirely new game. I'll look into those. I'll at least watch like a playthrough on them. I don't know if I'd play them or not, but that is interesting. Is there something like Flaming Strike from Elden Ring? Is that the weapon art where you like bash down flame? I don't know. The combined Twin Prince Sword has a sick weapon art. Too bad you have to go to NG Plus for it. So you only... so I only got for 100% achievements. Dude, the 100% completion in this game, too, is... It's rough, bro. Thank you for the stutters, by the way. I don't know why that's happening, but I won't play the game. Convergence mod is pretty fun. Makes magic and spells actually fun. Hey, great. And constant FP regen. Guys... That's, it's literally crazy because DS3 just does everything worse than the other games. No offense. If this is your favorite game, that's totally awesome and cool. But that is just another example. I think that the spell attunement slots is infinitely better than FP and infinitely more unique and interesting to me. But the FP system, I feel, was just better in Elden Ring. I don't even know what it is. I don't know if it's like different costs or something, but it just, I feel much better using all that. I guess part of it too, actually, that's probably a big part of it. In this game, you use a lot of FP for not a lot of damage, as where Elden Ring, you use a lot of FP for a lot of damage. And so it makes it worth it. I forgot about this. Dude, I don't know what this game's obsession is with making areas that like there are so many areas in DS3 that are essentially drop down to area, grab items, homeward bone. Drop down to area, grab items, homeward bone. Go to area, drop down, homeward bone. I mean, or I guess I can just walk, but you know, isn't there an invisible wall somewhere? Is it the one behind this guy? Maybe not, maybe not. But maybe there is, though, so I should go check. Is there an invisible wall up here somewhere? I don't know. You first throw a flame sword, and then you light the sword on fire. Oh, that's the one where you throw it, and then you, like, do a heavy attack, right? There are some that buff your weapon with fire. There's, like, the Profaned Flame on... Pontiff's Blade? Alright, both of those are not mimics. Yeah, the 100% is pretty rough. I didn't have too bad of a time with DS1 100% though. I feel like that was actually one of the easier ones. Where does this put me at? Because that's not the outside. Although there was, I wanted to check. I thought there was another path that I kind of wanted to take. Nope, there wasn't, actually. There, in fact, was not another path at all. What was I thinking? It's a DS3. You know what's funny, though? The easiest 100% for me, and the first one I actually did, was Elden Ring. I feel like Elden Ring's 100% was not bad. Yeah, my bad, Mimic. I wasn't thinking straight. I will say, though, I 100%ed Elden Ring, although I did it on the Seamless Co-op mod, and since my friend went for one ending and I had gone the other, I think that's what had happened. it meant that I got the achievement for both. There was something where I didn't actually have to beat it the like 6, 7 times that you need to get all the achievements. So I will say that that is a thing. But we did still beat it many times. And that game was unironically the easiest to 100%. I would say that, and then DS1, and then Sekiro, and then DS2, and then DS3. But DS3 is not like, it's not hard to 100% necessarily. So much as it is, I have to go to NG Plus and collect every ring in NG Plus and make sure I don't miss any rings in NG Plus. These guys both drop something, don't they? Felt like they did. There's also, I know there's like something. Here we go. James from Silent Hill cosplay. I think I could pull that off. Alright, chat. You know, I will say, thank you for the hydrate, thanks. Not to complain about this game. I do kind of miss that in DS1 and 2, because this is a complaint with this and Elden Ring. In DS1 and 2, if you saw a big enemy, they moved at like a pace that made sense for how big they were, that wasn't physically impossible. But then everything changed. I will say though, I overall prefer the combat and bosses of this to Elden Ring, assuming that like if you could run this on the Elden Ring engine with Elden Ring's mechanics, but with the enemies of DS3, that's not worth it. By the way, what the frick? All right, let's just go over here. And we can get an extra asset. So let's go get that before the boss fight. I don't want to ruin your guys' points. Also, chat, there's not many points right now on the frickin' thing. You can go all in on Twitch chat. If you are in Twitch chat, go all in. No point not spending all of your Iridium. I know you guys only have like 4,000 anyway. You can get that back. Just spend it all. Spend all your Iridium. All the legendary stuff was pretty annoying, but like it wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad. But yeah, if they just straight up had DS3 bosses in Elden Ring, and if everything was balanced more like DS3, because in DS3, what I've noticed is there are enemies with delayed attacks, right? And there are enemies with big hitboxes, and there are enemies with all the same problems as Elden Ring, right? For instance, Pontiff just straight up feels like an Elden Ring boss, and a big part of that is because he'll delay his attacks. But it's not absurd like it is in Elden Ring. Like in Elden Ring, look at something like Margit, and it's like, dude, I think you're just waiting for me to make a mistake. And then on top of that, he has this move where he'll delay it, which is annoying. So if you can finally get the roll, and if you actually figure out the timing on the roll, he'll slash down, and then he does a second slash. So if you rolled the incorrect direction, and if you rolled around to the right, his left, but your right, you will then get hit by his follow-up attack. So not only do you have to know when to time the delayed attack, which is arbitrary because it's not, you can't react to that. You just have to know the math on when to roll. On top of that, you have to know which way to roll, otherwise you get roll caught. And there's so much like that. But with enemies like Pontiff, right? Pontiff will delay attacks, but it's like a lot of mid-combo delays where he'll swing quick, so you start mashing roll, and then the last one will be a slower, more delayed one, and it causes you to actually have to pay attention, and I like that, instead of just mash the button. Elden Ring feels even more like mash the button than this game, and this game already felt like mash the button a lot of times. But I think that this game did it way better, and while there are some bosses in this game that I don't like, unlike Elden Ring, I very rarely am like, that was BS, there was nothing I could have done. Elden Ring has a lot of that where it's like, yes, you could argue get good, but a lot of it is just like very dumb, or you had to have known the knowledge. In Dark Souls 1 or 2, or this game to a lesser extent, you can see an attack coming your way and be like, oh, I think I know what he's going to do. Let me try to dodge that. And then you die and you're like, dang, I mistimed that. In Elden Ring, they'll like go for one of these and he's like about to swing, and then halfway through his swing, he does a like area-wide scream that takes down half your HP. And it's like, oh, I guess I should have just known that he had that. Like, you kind of have to have done at least one kill in Elden Ring. Which one's the one? There's a stutter. There's one elevator that has something under it, and I don't remember which one. But in Elden Ring, there's a lot of moments where it's like, I guess I just should have known that. if I just would have known. Also, you like how there's a bonfire with a shortcut. Then you go up these stairs, and then there's a shortcut to a bonfire. And it's the two bonfires that are about 10 feet away from each other. So they could have just put a bonfire right in the middle, and these shortcuts would have been equally as effective. What the hell? All three of the gold knights gives you a slab or something? Ah, crap. Are you right about that? Welcome, Firefly. If you're right about that, let me look it up, actually, because I need to know where slabs are. Hey, slab. DS3 slabs. I don't know. I don't like the direction they took Elden Ring. But then it's always like I have a good time on Elden Ring, but it's crazy because DS2 haters will be like, dude, DS2 sucks. You have to level up ADP. Genuinely, Elden Ring is like the only game where you have to put 60 points into Vigor. Like, DS2, the endgame bosses will not insta-kill you most of the time. Some of their attacks can, if you haven't leveled up your health at all, but most of the time they won't. In DS3, like, I feel like I'm kind of overkill with my HP right now. I don't feel like I needed to hit 40. And I've got plenty of opportunities to heal, plenty of opportunities to fight back. So even if I get hit by a BS attack in this game, if Pontiff hits like a 1 frame half health, I'm like, that was stupid, but at least I can heal. Elden Ring will be like, they'll do like a delayed attack, and then over the course of 3 frames, they come down and hit you with an insta-kill. And it's like, well, my bad. I can't heal that because I'm dead now. I'm just absolutely dead. There's one at the Profane Capital, received from saving Sigurd, so we're not doing that. And Sigurd. 2 at Firelink Shrine, obtained by trading the Coiled Sword Fragment. That's actually true. That is actually true. And we do have 13 Homeward Bones. I mean, we'd probably be fine if we did that. Does Coiled Sword Fragment go into NG+? One time can be bought for 30,000 souls from the Shrine Handmade after Cinders of a Lord are all placed on their respective thrones. Actually, we can do that soon. 3 at Grand Archives. 1 found in a chest behind a bookcase. Did I already grab any? No. Okay. 1 in a chest behind a bookcase on the same floor as the large wax basin. Pull the lever on the floor above between the 2 haunted bookcases. Near the second place at the Crystal Sage Fleas. 1 obtained after killing the 3 Golden Wing Knights. Okay. 1 found after the elevator outside of Lothar Prince boss fight. Get the elevator to the lower floor near the Dragon Slayer armor fight. Trigger the elevator to go up and jump out immediately. Hold up. Am I hearing this right? Not me following a guide right now. Hello, Diego on Twitch now. Is there a platform down here? No. Oh my gosh, there is. Oh my goodness, there is. Oh, that's the same platform. Is this the one they're talking about? Because I definitely know that there's at least 1 elevator. Oh my gosh, it is that elevator. Okay, hold on. Let's go back down. Yeah, I have slow refill. Also Strawberry, welcome. Yeah. Elden Ring bosses are like, every boss takes you 6 hours. Or on the other hand, you're just powerful enough because the game is like really imbalanced. And like, Elden Ring was really close to being like really perfect, but they just had so many design choices that were like a little rough. And I really don't like the concept of hard game equal fun game. It's like, no, there are some people where hard game equals fun game, but that's what was always great about the games, is that you got to make your own difficulty. Like with Dark Souls 1, a first playthrough of Dark Souls 1 is a pretty challenging game. Most people that I know, like, it used to be considered like the hardest game of all time. Would I agree with that? No, probably not, but it was a difficult game to say the least, okay? We're gonna shrine back, hold on, and level up our Caestus. It was a very difficult game. Hardest game of all time? No, probably not. But it's a very tough game. But if you know what you're doing, and if you want to have an easier playthrough, you can make the game go by in a breeze, and you one-shot everything. Like, you can literally make it so you one-shot everything. Or you can be like, I'm going to beat the game with only this weapon, and it will be a very challenging game. Elden Ring feels like it kind of is just like, no, game hard. You like hard game. It's like, we liked that the game can be hard, but we also like that we were able to choose to make the game easy if we wanted an easier playthrough, you know? I don't know. Okay. Dragon Slayer armor, and then we'll go run back, fight the boss finally. There is a lot of BS, but if you say that, Strawberry, if you say that Elden Ring has BS, they will tell you to get good. And that you should have just known that. Like, and there's BS that goes both ways, where it's like, dude, how the frick did that hit me? Elden Ring has, Elden Ring has some really bad hitboxes. Just saying. But there's also so many things in Elden Ring where it's like, it goes both ways. There's a lot of, how did that hit me? How did that grab get me? Why did that one-shot me? Where was the telegraph on that attack? And on the other hand, I've had so many instances where I'm like, oh no, no! I've had so many instances where I'm like, well, that was ridiculous that just happened, right? For instance, there's this one dragon attack that I thought you just straight up couldn't dodge, because what they do is you're fighting them, and then they fly backwards while firing fire down in front of you, right? Very annoying. Because you can't run at him like you normally would with the dragon boss. A lot of times you just run at them and then, you know, you escape the fire. Can't do that because he's flying backwards. You can't run backwards because he shoots flame far enough forward. And in the position you probably are when he does that, you can't really go to the left or the right unless you're really, really quick, right? So I was like, how do you even deal with that attack? That's so stupid. And it leaves fire on the ground where you constantly take damage. Turns out if you mash the B button, you don't take any damage. I should absolutely be taking damage. I know that I'm rolling, but it's not like you have 100% invincibility throughout the entirety of the roll going on to the second roll. So how am I possibly rolling through this? This is just BS. And a lot of times where the hitboxes are so bad in a way where sometimes you'll get hit and you're not even close, and other times I've seen so many attacks go straight through me. And I'm like, why? And that's pretty bad when you're playing Night Rain and you're Executor, because it's like, I need to be deflecting. Like, I'm purposely trying to deflect. And that's why in Sekiro, all of the hitboxes are actually exaggerated because you need to be able to deflect more consistently. So more precise hitboxes is actually bad in a game like Sekiro. Very interesting. XP farming BL4 in random sessions, someone dropped me a Pearl Calm with every skill. I think that's a legit item. No, and you know what's crazy? There are people out there that would be like, dude, no, this is legit. I got it from my friend. He told me you farmed it. It's like, that doesn't exist, man. Let's watch a cutscene.
Oh dear.
See, Elden Ring you can make easy, but then they outdo that by making everything harder. So even with 60 vigor, full armor, like a lot of stuff, especially in the DLC, is just like one shot. It's like, what was the point of the build? There was no point in this build. But at the same time, in DS or in Elden Ring, it is very easy to be like, I'm going to one-shot every single boss. So I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of the balance of Elden Ring, and then a lot of the difficulty just comes from sort of cheaper attacks, where it's like, in any other game, oh, they're mid-swing, so they're not going to stop, or like, they're mid-jump, so they're not going to stop. But Elden Ring is like, look, we're jumping. Actually, we're slow-mo. Actually, we're full speed now. Now, this is one of those bosses that I tend to have trouble on, but I think if I just used my head and looked at the attacks that are being thrown at me, I could probably survive. I can't get 2 LBs in there. And then someone could make the argument, you just don't like Elden Ring as much because it's hard. And this game easy. And it's like, no, not really. That's not the explicit reasoning. I will say this is a very interesting boss where he'll telegraph his attacks and then teleport mid-attack. Wait, chat, I only get in 1 hit for every 5 he does. Is this Elden Ring? No, you know another thing too? Like, yes, this guy is hard. He does a lot of damage. But look at his HP. He's not a super tank. Every boss in Elden Ring is like, here's a one-shot move, and you can't kill him, by the way. I just kicked him. Oh, jeez. Okay, first phase done. That's why I like Malekith so much. Malekith is a really fun fight in Elden Ring. All of his attacks are well telegraphed. He doesn't feel BS. He does a lot of damage, but won't insta-kill you most of the time. And on top of that,
Dear brother.
he has a low HP pool where it's still fun to fight, and it's not like this is going to take 83 minutes. No, we've not done Nameless King. We haven't even touched Archdragon.
My brother.
True. Stop, drop, and roll through the fire. That's actually fair.
Sword of Lothric's prince.
We will probably do that, Strawberry, yes.
Rise if you would. For that is our curse.
But this is what's interesting. I feel like Elden Ring, I feel like for a lot of like veteran players, DS1 and 2 and 3 are significantly easier than Elden Ring, but for new players, Elden Ring is significantly easier because it's so much more forgiving at the same time. I don't know. I've always got love-hate relationship with Elden Ring because on one hand, it's just like ridiculously difficult for no reason for a lot of times, and a lot of it is kind of BS. And then at the same time, it's really easy and allows you to just like mash the roll button, and that is an effective strategy. But I mean, I guess everyone's experience will be different. Surely that blocks it. All right, well, now I know. Now I know. And then, dude, and then so many of the attacks in Elden Ring are like really horribly telegraphed, or they'll be telegraphed in a way that they look like a different attack. It's like, dude, you got me because like it looked like something else than what it actually was. Little upset about that. I won't lie. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, it's fine. Chat, is this the Dark Lurker?
Dear brother.
Beat him to death! Beat him to death! I was gonna say, is this an explosion? Dang, he's got a lot of HP. Once again, a little upset about that, I won't lie. It's okay. Okay, I'm low-key panic rolling. Sometimes that's what you gotta do. Alright, just don't choke right here. He's gonna laser me. Yep, that's okay. No Estus left, but if I just play smart here, it should be an easy win. My bad, bro. Oh, no. Oh, I'm not in him. Easy, bro. Chat, they made the... Dude, did they make the game too easy or what? Fire. Okay. If I had life gems, though, think about it. You know, been thinking about it recently. And people a lot of times will be like, dude, DS2 is bad because life gems, like, it makes it easy. But then at the same time, they're like, dude, Dark Souls 2 is bad because it's too hard because BS. But it's not actually hard, but, like, it's hard because, like, I die all the time. But it's not even hard, though, right? But anyway, the point is they talk about life gems a lot. They're like, life gems are so stupid, bro. Like, it makes the game too easy. But these are, like, a lot of times it's DS1 players coming from a DS1 player, chat. In DS1, you can have Estus Flask that, like, full heals your HP, with full armor where you're taking like 10% of the normal damage, and you have 20 Estus. You can literally get 20 Estus and 99 humanities, which comparative to a life gem activates about as fast and will full heal you no matter if you're missing 100 health or if you're missing 5,000 health, it will always full heal you. And it's like, low key, I think you guys are wrong about the life gem situation, okay? And then at the same time, they're like, dude, it's so stupid. I'm always taking damage because like I get hit by a bunch of BS because thank you for freezing game, because DS2 is so BS. And it's like, well, that's what the life gems are there for. That is what they are there for. It's actually to help you with that. All right. Twin Princess Deathless. I've never done that Deathless. I won't lie. I do hate the Beast Clergyman too, but normally it's the opposite, Ben. Most people are like, his first phase freaking blows. It's so easy. And his second phase is hard. It's the complete opposite for me. His first phase, I just get cooked. I think because the attacks are not telegraphed in a way that my brain can like actually see and do it. So always go all in, chat. What 3.5k to Xana? What were the votes? Chat, there should have been way more points on the line there. But I guess when I tell you to repeatedly put in every single channel point, I guess it makes sense that you guys don't have many channel points. That is totally fair now that I think about it. Think about how many times people go, wow, I lost it all, right? Anthony losing 70,000 over the course of like one stream. Yeah, that's true. This game is it's a lot smaller scale, so it is easier for them to perfect than any of the others. Or than Elden Ring, because Elden Ring is just on a bigger scale. I don't know, Elden Ring is weird because like it's got so many problems, but then a lot of times you can mitigate the problems, but you won't know to mitigate the problems. Like, I kind of wasn't a huge fan of my first playthrough for the fact that... Oh, I already put his head there. She doesn't sell the slab yet, right? Hello, Crow. Due to the fact that, like, it was very... I went to Caelid first on my first ever playthrough of DS, or of Elden Ring, rather. Let's go get that slab from these guys. I went to Caelid first, cleared it all out. It was tough, but I really liked it. I liked the challenge. It was fun. I felt powerful enough where it didn't just feel hopeless to do it. But then when I went back to Limgrave, because I didn't touch any of that, I didn't know. Like, I just assumed that going to Caelid was, like, normal because I got teleported to the Caelid mine through that one chest. And then when I went back, it was like every boss gets me 1,000 or maybe 2,000 runes. And then... And, like, they're really, really easy. So I didn't even really get to fight any of those bosses. They didn't feel like fights, and I got nothing out of those fights. And all I got from each one was, like, a crappy weapon I was never going to use. Or, like, a random spell I was never going to use. And it honestly kind of really hurt my playthrough. It made me have so much less fun because it didn't feel rewarding to kill, like, any of those bosses. Because it was just like... It's like, well, what's the point? Did you guys just see that? I did 6-7 damage there for a second. That was kind of fire. Speaking of fire, are these guys fire resistant? 166 on a swing. Swing and a miss. And then if I hit him with this... No. But I could use Perseverance here. Chat, and weapon arts and boss items in this game. That's really what makes it the most sad. Look at this damage. Absolutely nothing for, like, a lot of FP. Versus just punching him. Like, if I just punch him, I do more damage. And don't use FP. And probably use less stamina, too. Hello, Drizzy. Hey, Drizzy, and I will not stomp on that. If this is your favorite Souls game, that is totally fine. It's not mine, but it's very good. Oh, there's this one too. Okay. Yeah, it's not my favorite ever. I think the game's got... It's got some problems, but it's all around. It's all over a well-rounded game. Oh, That was my bad. Chat, I can first try Twin Princes, but this guy? Nah. I saw someone complaining about DS2 because, like, the backstabs are worse, and then said that backstabbing in Dark Souls 1 was a skill that you can acquire. Bro, that's not a skill. How much faith do I have? None. IRL? You know, maybe. But this game, no. No, none. Alright, let's go back and... Wait, did I already slab? I already slabbed. Well, I guess I'll slab the other thing. Was the Mario Galaxy movie good? I haven't seen it yet, but I will. I will. The first Mario movie was great, so... Reinforce. This will increase the damage by 20, almost. Yippee, bro. I think it went from 399. Oh, that was actually pretty big, because it increased the pyromancy scaling as well. Dang! Wait, that's a lot of damage. Okay. I know it does more damage. No, chat, this is what I'm saying. Chat. So much about Dark Souls 3's weapon system. I'm like, in Dark Souls 2, okay, chat, I could take this Demon Fist, I could infuse it with fire, then I could use Flame Blade, the Pyromancy Flame Blade, on my already infused boss weapon that had default scaling with fire. You can't do that in this game at all. And the fact that you can infuse things, like the Cestus I put skilled on, the fact that you can infuse makes it so they had to nerf the scaling on everything. So by default, the Casis in this game is a DD scaling. It's so hard to find anything with over a C scaling, genuinely. Like Greatsword, C scaling in strength. The Claymore is a DD. The actual Greatsword is a DD. Like, I don't know, it's so rare to find anything over a C. Rare A on the Chaos Blade. You probably can't infuse it though. I don't know. But for me, Drizzy, you are totally fine to have the opinions that you have. I think we're going to Archdragon Peak. You are 1000% entitled to your opinions you have. For me, that is DS2. What you said is DS2 for me, where it is... What's the quickest way to get here? That would be in the actual dungeon. Where Dark Souls 1 is very open world. DS2 is mostly open world, but linear. DS3 is just very, very linear. And that hurts it so bad. For me, I am the type of player where I just love replaying the games over and over and over again. And I think that has a lot to do with people's like or dislike of DS3. If you're like play through the game 1 to like 4 times, DS3 is like the most goated game ever. Did I ever get this key? Hold on. Well, I don't need that key anyway, and that was the wrong door. And where am I going right now? Hold on, let's go back. But I don't know. I love replaying the game so many times. I think Dark Souls 1 I've probably made genuinely 50 different characters on. Have I gotten every character to the final boss? No. I've gotten a lot of them to O and S at the very least, though. Normally that's kind of when I quit, because DS1, it does fall off. I will not lie. Am I going the wrong way? Because I'm trying to think. I always get the two elevators here mixed up. I'll assume that it's this one. Let's head over. But what am I saying? In DS1, it's like straight off the bat, I can go do a bunch of different things, or I can play it in a more linear experience. But DS3, it's like, if I'm a Pyromancer and I want to go get Boulder Heave, I go to the Farron Keep. If I'm playing a strength build and I want to go get the Exile Greatsword, I go to Farron Keep. If I'm playing as a sorcerer and I want like all the sorcery tomes, I am headed to Farron Peak or Farron Keep. You know, and it's just like, since the game's so linear, it means that no matter what playthrough you do, it's very samey, as where in Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2 to a lesser extent, but still Dark Souls 2 for sure. The build that you go for really vastly changes the playthrough. And this game, it's just like every playthrough is the same. And It hurts it so much for me. They all feel very samey. But that said, me personally, I don't think that there's really anything that was like DS3 did it best, right? Like, I feel like with most things, either DS1 did it better, DS2 did it better, Elden Ring does it better, or Sekiro does it better. But that said, DS3 does everything pretty well. You know what I'm saying? Bender, later, thank you for being here. I do appreciate you. Also, Anthony Schmanthony, we are fist only. Welcome, Anthony. But you know what I mean? Like DS3 is, for me, is consistently like a B+ experience. Everything about it is like B+, other than the linearity. That really hurts me really bad. It hurts my soul so bad. But everything else, other than that, is like a B+, A- experience. It's like the combat is pretty good. I think the combat, I prefer the combat of DS1 and 2 and Elden Ring. I think Elden Ring took DS3 and perfected it. DS1 and 2 are separate enough that I just find them more interesting, personally. It's subjective, obviously. You know, or like the boss weapons, it definitely didn't do them the best. DS2 definitely did them the best. I will say the bosses in this game that are good are really, really good. Some of the bosses, it hurts me so bad that there's like multiple straight up gimmicks, right? Like, I remember the first time going up Archdragon Peak, jumping on the guy's head, assuming like, oh, we're gonna do a chunk of his health and then the boss fight's gonna start. And then it's like, no, you just one-shot him. No, and on top of that, it's a bad gimmick too, because the amount of times that I've gone for the plunging attack and I die. Like, I fall off of his head and die. I hate it. But there's like that, or Deacons, or like Wolnir, and I think that a lot of times when people talk about this game, they're like, dude, the bosses are so good. And it's like, true, the good bosses are so good that it makes the bad bosses not matter, but this game has some bad bosses. It genuinely does. Ow! 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 But to be fair, I mean, you gotta take everything I say with a grain of salt, because I love DS2, so it is what it is. Wyvern Deathless, Lamount. Chat, if you don't all in on doing that Deathless, then you're absolutely cooked. I like Demon King a lot. The DLC bosses are pretty darn good. It's crazy because, like, the bosses that suck kind of really suck, and the bosses that are good are really, really good. And I was just talking about this before you got here. I really wish that Elden Ring bosses were like DS3 bosses, because Elden Ring bosses are, like, kind of just... A lot of their attacks are kind of just BS to an extent. And, like, you can get used to the BS, but they're kind of BS. And a lot of them are like, I would not have known that until I died to it, right? It kind of feels like an old video game. Krook, welcome. I checked on your stream just a little bit earlier. Just so you know, Krook, I was in there. But you know how, like in old video games that are like coin eaters, like Metal Slug, right? There's this point in Metal Slug where you're going to go through these trenches and these tanks will fall down and insta-kill you. The first one that drops down instantly kills you, and it's it's lower than all of the others, so you have almost no time to react. And that's how Elden Ring feels, where it's like they teach you about an attack by insta-killing you with it. As where in this game, it's like you can... In this game and DS2 and DS1, you can tell what the attack's going to be based off the attack. And then, like, Elden Ring just, it really tries to kill you. It tries its hardest to kill you. Because think about how many attacks that'll happen where, like, they're telegraphing something, and then it's something entirely different than what the telegraph looks like. Like, they'll build something up, they'll be building up, like, a delayed attack that you're like, oh, great, I gotta wait 18 seconds for this. And then they just scream and do half your health, and you're like, what the frick? So if DS3 bosses were the design for Elden Ring bosses, like, it would be so, so good. This is a great game, and I love DS3, and I think I have around 700 hours in every single one of the games. It's just that this game, I've just got problems. And the linearity, bro, that is literally the number one thing. If this game was as open as even DS2, I think it would probably be DS2 for me, but it just doesn't. Also, what are you guys saying? Hold on. There's been so many chats that I haven't read because I've been busy. You think you can kill Wyvern Deathless? It is pretty difficult, so I don't know. I will say DS2 has the same problem as BL2, where there's so much content that you risk getting fatigued if you want to do it all. Yeah, the playthrough is too long on DS2, almost. But most of the time I'm like, well, I already killed 30 of the 41 bosses, so might as well kill the last 11. Massive dialogue skip. I can skip any line of dialogue in any DLC, but only in the DLC. You bet your house on no. Well, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Dodge waterfowl dance, my first try. I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, that the first attack of waterfowl dance, well, I guess if you're just at the exact distance you need to be away. No, and waterfowl dance, that's like the epitome of Elden Ring right there. I believe that the first attack lasts like, it's like 32 frames or something, so it is physically impossible. I don't have to bring this, do I? It is physically impossible to dodge through it. Melania was the boss when all of a sudden every streamer's build became the same because they all had to swap to a meta build to figure out how to beat that boss. I'm not afraid to admit I've only ever beat Melania one time, and it was on seamless co-op. And I'm not afraid to admit it. I don't know. Elden Ring hits that thing where they're really like... It's funny because a lot of people that hate DS2 love Elden Ring, but it's like all of the same design philosophies you hate about DS2 are used in Elden Ring. Elden Ring has worse hitboxes overall. It has more delayed attacks by far. It has more kind of BS moments. Hold on, lock in. Please don't hit me. And then also, can this guy perch, bro? Hey, watch me die. If I die to this fall, by the way, Gambo was rigged from the start. Not gonna lie. Alright, drop your little head down. Okay, it actually worked. Oh, people will complain about DS2. They're like,
The game literally says you're gonna die at the beginning of the game.
see, they want to kill you. Bro, I'm telling you, Elden Ring is just, you like hard game? You like hard game? You like die? You like dying, right? No, not really. Like, yeah, you like die. You like die. We'll make it harder. We'll make it harder. And then every time they come out with a Dark Souls game, they're like, the DLC has to be harder, because if it's easier, people aren't going to like it. So then they're like, Elden Ring already was just like, you like hard game. You like hard game. And then they're like, Elden Ring Erdtree DLC, they're like, we heard you like hard game. Make it harder. It's like, dude, nobody asked for this to be any harder. I literally don't know anyone that was like, man, I finally beat Elden Ring. I just wish it was a little harder. You know? Okay, thank you, Anthony, for admitting that. The saving grace for DS3 for me was PvP. I think DS3 has the best personally. I doubt I would have played it as much as a kid. It's interesting. You're definitely one of a few different PvP type players. There's the type of person for every single one of them. Also, prediction outcome. That's crazy that 4 people said I would not do Wyvern Deathless, by the way. It's literally run in a straight line and then punch him in the head.
DS3 has great bosses.
But yeah, I think DS2 had the best PvP, but it came with the worst systems, dude. They were like, let's add soul memory. Nobody asked for this. Nobody wanted this. We didn't need this. Definitely not a good choice. I don't like DS3 PvP for the fact that most of the time... That's why. That right there, that's why. A lot of the time in DS3, like, the roles are so lenient that a lot of times it comes down to just... I didn't spend my souls. A lot of times it just comes down to panic roll and chug. And that's so many of the PvP experiences I've had. And you could be like, well, you're bad if you can't catch the person doing that. I 1000% agree with you. I think you're totally right about that. But... And then the DS1 player's like, bro, it's so peak. But it's just like getting lag stabbed off a cliff. You're like, that doesn't make any sense. And the DS2 is good, but then the soul memory is really bad. But overall, I do like DS2s. I just love DS2. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I just love DS2. Hate me for it, but it's true. Also, Pro Umber, welcome. Millennia has this problem with how many visual effects there are. Nothing can be seen during the fight. I know that's... So many of the bosses do that. And then on top of that, the camera in Elden Ring is horrible. it's got to be the worst camera, right? I'm not crazy for thinking that. It's just like the worst camera in any of the games. I believe Sekiro does it where if your camera goes into a wall, the wall goes transparent, right? So why does that happen? Don't care for the openness of the first two games. You scale so hard after the first two bosses that it becomes a joke for a while. True. But see, that's what I like about them is like, they're very Elden Ring-esque in the sense that you can kind of choose your own difficulty. It's like, I want to have an easy playthrough, so I'm going to go get super powerful. But at the same time, it can lead to your first playthrough being like, dude, what the frick? This game's so easy. So I can see it as a pro or a con. And then that definitely makes sense for someone like you. This sounds really like aggressive or passive aggressive. I promise you it's not. But for someone like you that prefers like being held back, dude, it sounds like I'm roasting you. I really am not roasting you right now, by the way. But it totally sounds like for someone who likes being held back in terms of power, then DS3 definitely makes the most sense for you. Hey, but where my Sekiro boys at? Depending on the day, that is my number one of the FromSoft trilogy. Well, not trilogy. That word would make no sense in any capacity because it's not a Souls game. It's though it would be the fourth of them. But if I'm including Sekiro in the Souls games, then I'd theoretically include Demon Souls, which would actually make it 4, and then Bloodborne came out, which would actually make it 5. So it wouldn't be a trilogy in literally any capacity. Is what it is. Guys, Nameless King Deathless, I'm not gonna lie, I know I said this with a few. I think I've killed Nameless King once in my life. I think he's the boss that I have by far killed the least. I wouldn't be surprised if the achievement popped up and if I only did it on Xbox, okay? Use the dragon emote in the next room for the best ring. Wait, is that real? I doubt that the ring's best. I feel like that's sarcastic. I didn't know you can drag an emote for a ring here, though. Or if I did, I don't remember. Sekiro is goated. True. That's why I like the Executor in Night Rain, but it's very obvious that Night Rain was not made with it in... Well, I mean, I think it was made with it in mind, but it was not made for Sekiro-style combat. But Executor is still very fun, and definitely my favorite character in Night Rain. I was surprised how much I like Night Rain, because I was like, Elden Ring Battle Royale, this sounds so freaking lame. And then I played it, and I was like, wait, maybe this is just the best thing they've ever created. And then I was like, man, I can't wait for them to release more DLCs. And then I was like, we are never releasing another DLC. All right, we got every item. Let's homeward back. Actually, let's go to the shrine. I know, Sekiro DLC would have been so good. I would have been the happiest little boy. Hated it at first and then wanted to replay it quickly. It became my favorite FromSoft. That's what I'm saying. It is the only of the Souls games where I am just, the moment I beat it, I'm ready to replay it, regardless of the fact that I can't do a different build. Because like with DS1, the first time I ever beat it, I think I was using a strength build. And then I immediately was like, I'm starting a new character. And I'm going to do it on, you know, this build. I'm going to do it on a Dex build, or it might have been a Miracle build or something like that. Pyromancer build. And same thing happened with DS2. Sort of same thing happened with DS3. And then in Sekiro, like it's always like, oh, I'm going to play again, but with this build. Sekiro was, I beat the game and I was like, I want to do the exact same thing again. It was that good. I just want to do it again. No changes. I think I went for a different ending though. Oh, you get the Calamite ring? All right. The Calamity. I've not played Armored Core. No, I've never played any of the Armored Core games. I've heard really good things. I've been told to play them. They never really interested me too much, but I'm not like opposed to them at the same time. I also will say I'm kind of a fake fan, because regardless of, and they say DS2 has ambushes. What was that, chat? Regardless of all the time I have in the games, never played Bloodborne, chat. Never touched it in my entire life. But you know, doing all these Souls games, we might just do that. Thank goodness that guy has no HP at all. Oh boy, I don't recall optimal strategy for this entire area, by the way. Where the heck does this elevator go? Oh, does this take me down and then to the dragon thingy? Yes. No, what? There's... Okay, Dark Souls 3 wants to be DS1, where it's like, look at the shortcuts. Is this the worst shortcut in Dark Souls 3? I didn't remember it because I don't think I've ever used this. Why would I go to that bonfire, run past the enemies, and come here? When I just spawn at a bonfire right there. What's the point of this? Maybe I'm missing something. Hello, COVID, welcome. Now, Sekiro DLC won't fit in the story, but it would be fun, though. It would be fun, and that's what matters. No. And then the fact, too, literally, Elden Ring does everything that everyone hates about Dark Souls 2. Elden Ring has so many more and such worse ganks, genuinely, than DS2 does at all. Like, it's actually crazy. And yet, Elden Ring is glazed for it, and Dark Souls 2 is just, like, demolished for it. I'm getting demolished, speaking of. It's because I'm not using Perseverance. Hold on, lock in. There we go. No chunk, man. No, Sekiro does not have a DLC, unfortunately. But you know what Sekiro does have? It has a boss rush mode and boss rush challenges as well. Oh, so good. They do the thing where you have to beat all the bosses in a row. And if you're able to beat every boss in a row, you get special cosmetic armor. It's very cool. And Sekiro did a great thing where I think this is even while you're playing the game. I don't even think you have to beat the game for this. You can just relive any boss you want. And so if you really like the Lady Butterfly fight, which, let's be honest, you probably don't. But if you really like the Lady Butterfly fight, you can just replay it. Whenever you want, go to a bonfire and press, like, Relive Remembrance or whatever they call it. And you can replay the fight. And it's amazing. And I don't know why it hasn't joined into any of the other games. And then, yeah, they've got the boss rush where it's like, try to beat all the bosses in succession. Try to beat all the bosses in succession without dying. If you die, you have to restart from the very beginning. So good. It is so, so good. Yeah, I haven't seen too much Armored Core, but I have heard people be like, dude, it's like Dark Souls, but in max. But then I watch gameplay and I'm like, this looks nothing like Dark Souls. Yeah, and then the inner fights, it's so good. DS2 maps didn't have a lot of side paths, but they did have some banger shortcuts, true. Better than this game for sure. You did like Lady Butterfly? You're actually crazy. We're talking about shield users. Lies of P has the same system, but you have to unlock it during the story. Guys, maybe I will play Lies of P. You know, I just keep hearing more about it. So is it more of a Sekiro or is it more of a Soul? And then on top of that, is it that, like, it's a mix of the two? Because I've never seen Lies of P and I've never played it. It just never interested me, but, like, it's very hard to get me into something new. I will not lie to you. I will not lie to you at all. Sometimes you just get pissed and have to beat these guys to death over the head with a hammer. I call my hands the hammers on account of them being used to nail your mom. Ooh, go I go with that More Bloodborne. Chat, so this is just every game. So Lies of P is just every game. Please don't knock me off the cliff. And I can't save quit in this game. I did it. Let's freaking go. It has Sekiro deflecting, but it isn't required. Should play Lies of P, though. It is great. Okay. So it's a mix of all. So it's just good. Lies of P was hard AF. I struggled with the first boss.
Well, you're just not good. You're just not good at the game.
Yeah, DS3 sucks, chat. Yeah, it's the worst game. Why did I save quit and spawn sliding off the cliff? Hey, now Crow, let's not be saying that the game's not hard, okay? Everyone's experience is different. For instance, I rage quit on Udex Gundyr, not Champion Gundyr. Udex Gundyr on my first playthrough, okay? Everyone can be entitled to their own thing. If he says he's hard, then he's hard, bro. It's hard. Wait, was I supposed to go up first? I forget. I feel like DS3 areas have a lot of like, oh, I was suboptimal because I went up the ladder first instead of the other thing. There's a flamethrower, so yeah, it's Sekiro. Understone plate ring, never gonna use that in my entire life, but thank you. Wait, Ring of Steel Protection is here, correct? I don't remember where, but I believe the Ring of Steel Protection is in Archdragon Peak, and if that is true, I'm throwing it on. It will go on over maybe the Chloranthy ring. Stamina doesn't even matter in this game, so I'm sure we can go without it. Dang, we have a lot of upgrade materials. Yeah, I know that. I mean, I'm just pro like that. I mean, I'm just, you know, I've played the game once or twice, I guess. No big deal. NBD. Wait, I'm so skilled. Holy moly. I pressed LT to unlock my skill. How hard is Sekiro on a scale of 1 to 10? Depends on what kind of player you are. I've heard a lot of people be like, this is the easiest Souls game I've ever played. Don't even open your mouth right now, Crow. And then, like, for me, it was probably the hardest of all the games. I would say on a scale of 1 to 10, on like a more objective opinion, maybe a 7. It depends on how quick you can wrap your head around parrying and how good you are at timing and reacting. I will say that it is very good, and they don't use much BS in that game. There's a few moments that feel a little BS, but for the most part, they do not use any BS to kill you. And it is definitely a skill issue anytime that you end up dying. So, you know. But yeah, it's hard to say. I don't know. It's person to person, so you could find it very easy, or you could find it very horrifically bad and hard. But you know what's my favorite part of Sekiro, chat? And my least favorite part of Elden Ring? In Elden Ring, it's like, the bosses will be set up in a way where it's like, roll, 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 roll. You finally have an opening, but they just jump to the other side of the arena, sprint at them, they start attacking, roll, 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 roll. I got one hit in. Perfect. Sprint to the other side of the map, hit him once, sprint to the other side of the map, roll, 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 sprint to the other side of the map. And that's honestly worse in Night Rain, too, than it is in normal Elden Ring. And it's really annoying. Sekiro, though, is the enemy is engaged on you 24/7. There are like 3 bosses maybe in the game that ever move from fighting you, but for the most part, they are full aggro all the time, and at the same time, you are full aggro all the time. And so, while Elden Ring is roll, 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 one hit, roll, 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 run across the arena, roll, 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 one hit, roll. Sekiro, it's so good because it's like, parry, 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 attack, 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 parry, parry, attack, 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 parry, 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 weapon art, attack, 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 parry, 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 attack, attack, attack. There's no stop in the fight. It's always just a 1v1 in an amazing way. And it's so good. And it's crazy because Sekiro teaches us something, chat. It teaches us something. And what it teaches us is that all the people that complained about DS2, and they're like, half the bosses are just a guy in armor. Chat, the guy in armor fights are always the best fights in all of Souls, okay? Growing up, when you're growing up, you're like, man, guy in armor, that's so boring. Give me a dragon. Maturing is realizing guy in armor was the only good fight in that game. Crucible Knight, when I first started the game, I was like, Crucible Knight freaking sucks. I hate this guy. Right? As soon as I beat the game, I was like, Crucible Knight's the only good fight in the game, man. Like, I'm telling you, guy in armor is always the best fight. Think of all the best fights in the Souls games. DS1, Artorias, best fight in the entire game, maybe Manus, low-key, but like Manus was actually built in a good way. But Artorias, guy in armor, beautiful fight, amazing fight. I won't change anything about it, right? I'm getting cooked by dragon in cloth. See, if this guy was guy in armor, it'd be better. DS2, Fume Knight, Sir Alone, Old Ivory King, guy in armor, best fights in the game. Velstad, great fight, right? And Sekiro, almost every boss is guy in armor. And it's amazing. It's just the perfect game ever created. What you could do, COVID, if you like Elden Ring, you could get Elden Ring Night Rain. And in Night Rain, there's a class that gives you Sekiro parry, but very forgiving. So you could start with that and just try it out, see what you like. But Sekiro is so good. If you get good at it, it's like genuinely, depending on the day, like it's my favorite. Like, would I say it's my favorite overall? No. But would I say that I get that dopamine hit from any other game? Also no. I think it's the only one of the games that gives me that dopamine hit. It's so freaking good. Go play Sekiro if you haven't. It's like, it's so genuinely amazing. Who texted me? It's some random number. Yeah, I'm not buying that. Wait, in Elden Ring, there's a physic tier that gives you... Ooh, I did not know about that. Chat, we can go get our Havel armor, by the way. But Fat Artorias. Oh, and the Makiri counter. And Sekiro's the only game... Like, in Elden Ring, they introduced jumping. But 90% of the time, it's useless. And when it's not useless, I forget it exists. Sekiro is very specifically designed where every mechanic within the game needs to be used at different times. Your grapple needs to be used in the fight at a different time than your roll or your jump. Your roll and your jump are not interchangeable all the time. Sometimes they are, but they're normally not interchangeable. Your parry is not interchangeable with the jump, and they do it. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. You haven't played it. You need to go play it. But like, if an enemy is doing a thrust attack, it shows up with a little symbol that shows they're doing the thrusting attack. So you know what they're doing, and it's not going to be some BS where they pull their sword back and then hit you with an overhead swing. You know exactly what they're going to do. And so it's literally, you just have to be better. And in Sekiro, it's funny because this is what I love about DS1 and Elden Ring, but it's the complete opposite in Sekiro. In Sekiro, you cannot get more powerful. The only way to increase your attack damage is by killing the bosses. Why are you barking in chat, by the way? The only way to get more powerful is by killing bosses. If you can't kill the bosses, then sorry, you have to get better. There's nothing you can do other than cheese a few of them, right? But it's so good. I don't know why there's 4,000 points on me first trying Nameless King. I literally think I beat him one time in my entire life because I always thought he was too hard. If I die to Havel, then oh boy. You don't have poise, buddy. You don't have poise, buddy. You don't have poise, buddy. Can I say another thing, chat? This game is the worst pairing in the series. I didn't used to believe that, but I do now. Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, and Elden Ring are all better pairing systems. The timing's just really bad in this game, and you get partial parries. I'm not killing this guy, by the way, but I need his armor. I have to go here and then go back to the Stray Demon. No way, bro, just stone fleshed. That's crazy. But the timing's weird in this game, where they... Thank you for the backstab. Thank you for the backstab. In this game, you'll get a partial parry if you're too early or if you're too late, and it makes it really hard to time it, and it just feels really bad. As where in the other games, you only really get partial parries if you're too early. I'm getting cooked by Havel, chat. This is harder than Nameless King. I'm not gonna lie. In case you guys didn't know, this is actually harder than Nameless King, so if I end up dying here, that's why. Because, like, he's, like, known as one of the hardest bosses in the FromSoft lineup. I mean, just look how difficult this is, you know? He doesn't have Estus, right? He wouldn't. Maybe he's not the hardest, I guess. Maybe I was wrong about that. Titanite Slab? I forgot about that. Demon of Hatred is the only thing I dislike in Sekiro. I hated him too. Once you realize that he's literally just a Dark Souls boss, it's not as bad. It gets better at that moment. If you fight him like a Dark Souls boss and not like a Sekiro boss, then it's fine. But Sekiro has quite a few of those where, like, the game is all about parrying, and you shouldn't roll. Or dodge, I guess. It's not a roll. You shouldn't dodge. You should always parry. And then the first mandatory boss in the game is the Ogre, which requires you to just dodge almost every one of his attacks. And then they also hit you with the Blazing Bowl right after Gyobu, who is one of the only bosses who, if you parry his attacks, you still take chip damage in the game about parrying. And then Demon of Hatred is just straight up a Souls boss in Sekiro, and it kind of doesn't work, but if you know to think of it like a Souls boss, because that's what happened to me. I was stuck on him for a long time, And then I think I had looked it up and someone was like, literally, it's just a Souls boss. Play it like it's Dark Souls 3. And then I did, and then I beat him after like second try. So that boss is just how you think of it. But I totally get the hatred for it. I actually know a lot of people, and it's kind of confusing to me. I've talked to multiple people. I've seen people in chat, and then also like actual friends who have been like, yeah, I played Sekiro, but I never beat it because I hated Demon of Pain. It's an optional boss, chat. Totally optional. You can just choose to not do it. How many souls are dark? At least 3. At least in this case. All in on red. Horrible. IGN says Havel is the hardest boss in the game. Yeah. Game Informer. Chat, I think I have probably 60 Game Informer magazines in my room from when I was younger and my brother was subscribed to that. You subscribe to that ideology? I forget. Do I just like do the thing here? Or was I supposed to do something else? Was I supposed to kill Hawkwood first? I don't remember. Like to, yeah, I mean, that's not a horrible. The Twink Dragon Torso. What the frick? Weird odd game. Alright, last bonfire rested at. And then I guess we'll go for Nameless King. Yeah, he is kind of like Manus, actually. At least design-wise. Quite similar. I realized he was a Dark Souls boss and tried fighting him like a Dark Souls boss. Like on my 5th attempt, I gave up 3 hours later. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Okay, chat. Well,
23K on loss.
but you guys know I'm a hustler. I'm a hustler, so when I was telling you, yeah, I suck at this boss, what I really meant is I've no-hit this boss every time I've ever fought him. Oh, I totally forgot about that whole area down there. I'm like kind of... Why am I nervous right now? Why do I like unironically feel nervous right now about this? Yeah, we'll end Gamba. Hold on. Seven minutes remaining. End submissions, chats. All right. Tomorrow, I don't know. Probably just spending time with family and whatnot. That's okay, Akari. That is okay. We're about to fight a boss. He's a very hard boss, a multi-phase boss in which the dragon's head I might not be able to even hit. Wait, where was the Ring of Steel Protection? I forgot about that. You know what I might do? Hold on. It's not worth it. I can't get rid of Fat Artorias, no matter what. But I was going to look for more lightning damage. That's crazy. Fat Artorias is the best lightning resistance I have. This is beautiful. Where's the stone? Where's the steel protection ring? I need to know. Are you currently playing Sekiro, COVID? Oh, you're growing with friends? Thank you. I'll come over. Honestly, if you lived anywhere close to me, I would. It's in the DLC on the ledge. That's the +3 version. I like how there's the steel protection +1, which I think is here. The +2 is an NG+. Or, sorry, the +1 and the +2 are an NG+. And then you just go to the DLC and you get it really early on. Why are legs so skinny? He skipped leg day, bro. He's just been sitting all the time. It is what it is. All the calories just went to his... He's like the reverse of Squidward when he eats the Krabby Patties. Okay. Okay, okay. My worst fight in the entirety of Dark Souls. Like, when I was thinking of all bosses, and... No, actually, Sister Frayed I'm worse at, but... This guy is in Night Rain, though, so that's pretty cool. Okay, yeah. Fist only is a little harmful on this boss specifically. Luckily, the dragon doesn't have much HP. Oh, boy. Mistimed, that's fine. And I gotta remember that he actually does delayed attacks full on. If I had any more range on my attacks, I think we would be in a better position. Yeah, fist weapon only. It has its downsides. You know, I did roll that one. I got DS2'd right there. Not gonna lie. Why am I not just aiming his feet? Am I an idiot? Yes. Don't answer that. What is he doing? I can't see him! Wait, this is an Elden Ring boss, because my camera can't keep up with him. Oh my gosh, the damage is so bad in his feet. So I have to hit him in his head. But this is the possibly the worst weapon to hit this guy in the head. Guys, I think I think some of you are going to be losing your channel points right here. I will be 1000% real and honest with you. Turkey, neck. Please hit him! I think if I was using any other weapon, you guys would have a much higher chance of, like, not losing all of your points, but, you know. Wait, I rolled that kind of like a pro, though. He's kind of doing the thing where I can't tell what's a hit and what's not a hit. No, no, no! Please don't spew fire or something stupid. I told you not to. We're down to 7 S's before the boss happens, just so you guys know. Oh, you gotta dodge the wind? Okay, that's good to know. Chat, maybe this boss sucks. Maybe that's it. True. Gonna be me. Okay. You know, this... No, I knew that was bad. I knew that was horrible. I can't hit this guy. I can't really tell when he's going for an attack. TBH. I hate this right now. This is really horrible. Maybe the Cestus does more. I think it does. Okay, fire chat, easy. All right, here we go. Chat, imagine if I had 20 S's plus 7 right now. Fire, bro. Okay, I'm gonna try my hardest to lock in. Normally the first phase is the easy one. Yeah, mid-air is another fight that I think I've done once in my life because I didn't like it. So. Oh no. Okay. I need to remember he is one of the actual Elden Ring starter packs where he delays every attack he does. And I'm going to have to go for the one hit. The one hit and roll strat. And if I die, it's because this guy's BS. True. Oh no. Oh. Oh no! I rolled with it. Well, alright. Goodbye, channel points. Sorry, guys. I let you down. Choose prediction outcome. Nope. Shout out. See, that's why you always go all in, chat. I have literally nothing for more range because we're doing fist weapon. Maybe claws are better. I don't know. Let's see. Mannequin claws, let's check the range. I mean, that's better. That's more range for sure. Mannequin claw in comparison to the normal claw, though? Hold on. The next question would be, what are... Oh, this one's got quick step. Chat, let's say that I was going to upgrade one of these. Because the range would genuinely be useful. That is like quadruple the range of my current thing. I don't even have souls because I dropped them all. Hydrate, I got you, bro. Claw might be busting, true. Alright, chat. Chat, is there any good dragon fight, though? Let's be honest. Congrats on the 887 points. Mannequin Claw for Dark Souls 2 rep? That's true. Okay, let's check the actual stats. This is just blatantly worse. In both base damage and durability. And scaling, it looks. So... it's whether I want quick step or I want the jump. And I think the jump is a little more baller, but what's the FP cost? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of fire. We'll go with Claw. Alright. I don't know how many that is. 20k, oh my goodness. I've not fought the Elden Ring DLC dragon, I will admit, so no opinion there. Maybe it's because we didn't have Havel's armor, chat. You know, this game is honestly really stingy with upgrade materials until like late game, and then they're like, yeah, have them all. But up until then, like the point in the game when you're thinking, man, I kind of wish I was using a different weapon, they don't let you. They don't let you do that. I like how plus 10 claws have a solid C scaling in dexterity. Thank you. All right, so what's the current damage of that? I'm pulling out the calculator. I'm not even going to try to do mental math because you guys are going to make fun of me. So 172 plus 96. This currently does. 2. That's really low. That's really low. What? All right, so currently that does 268. Refine gem definitely does more than that. So I don't even need the calc for that. Raw almost does as much, dude. What the flip? I hate the scaling in this game. I really do. All right, we'll just do refined, and then yeah. So for comparison, it is by far the lowest damage option currently. What? Why is it so much less damage? I'm missing out on 17 scaling damage with this, even though they're both refined and the base damage is lower. But the range is bigger, so it'll be better. And then, can I still fast roll with this? I can. Wait, chat. Wait, chat. Look at my equip load. Once I teleport to go get the armor, you gotta check my equip load, chat. You gotta check my equip load. It's crazy. It's two funny numbers in one. Gaping Maw in Night Rain is the Gaping Maw is the big thing, right? I wouldn't really call him a dragon because he doesn't fly. Breaded steak. I mean, I could hear that being good. Yeah, Umber, every time I play Elden Ring, I get really bad fatigue from it. Can't wait for the bleed procs. The bleed procs gonna go crazy. Is bleed good in this game? I feel like it's not like crazy. What's durability? You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. You'll learn when you're older, though. Oh, that's true. I can use bundles. Humble bundle. Exclamation point humble. You don't get a discount, but I get partial proceeds, so. Does he take lightning damage? Or does he just do lightning? Posted in the Discord. Exclamation point Discord chat. So, absorption. Yeah, Havel's is just like straight up the goat. But for lightning defense, it's actually worse. Chat, we might need to spend some points on vitality. Because imagine full Havel with perseverance. Will be unkillable. Okay, here's the thing, right? In DS2, armor doesn't matter. This is one thing that I think DS3 actually did really well. I think that the armor in DS3, other than the poise system, is really good. Because I can, just off of this, actually get, like, decent reductions. So we're up to 32% damage reduction, and then if you use, like, a weapon art, we're at 63 for a moment, which is really big and really good. Especially compared to DS2. Do I wish it was DS1 armor? Absolutely, of course. Everybody does. But they couldn't do that because it's too broken. All right, cool. So we got that. Let's go to the last one rested, and we'll do Nameless King, I guess, again, and hopefully it'll be better. Durability. Are you actually asking what durability is? It's just, in this game it doesn't matter, but it's how much you can use the weapon before it breaks, and then you can't use it anymore. But I don't even know why it's in this game, because even if I smash the wall repeatedly, it went down 1 durability. I don't think I've ever had a weapon break in this game. Great Belfry. Great Leaping Belfry. You get... I think so, Extinct. I think so. You've definitely been on shorts too much, Lowbrow. I can tell by that. Now, maybe I should actually not use the bundle, and instead I should just use a resin. Oh, but I only have 1 resin. Alright, well, wish me the best. Wish for good luck, chat. Wish for good luck. Where are my souls at? Did I already get them? Oh. Alright, hopefully this goes better because I should theoretically have more range this time around. Wait, I do have more range because I got... Because I got my leaping slash. Watch this. It's about to go insanely hard. Boom! Nuke that MF. Oh, okay. You know, this hitbox is kind of deceiving. I thought it'd be a little bit bigger than it is. I'm still, you know, I'm very happy with it. I'm very appreciative, but like, I did think it was going to be a little bit longer range. I will say, camera is definitely not my friend in this current fight right now. So thank you, Dark Soul. Chad, I learned from my mistakes. Thank goodness that wasn't like an arena-wide hitbox. I'm not embered up. I think not locking on is the play here. Oh my gosh! I didn't know that could happen! You're a noob! Nobody loves you! You have no loved ones in your life! Stop! Okay, I really need this Ember. Please don't insta-kill me. Please don't instantly destroy me. Ember restored. Look at that, chat. Beautiful. Alright, so now swap to the fist, I guess? That went so much better than the other. You know, I could see this being a boss that, if I got good at, would be like, yeah, this is a really good boss fight. I mean, he stays engaged with you the whole time. See, unlike if that was Elden Ring, he would have slowed down mid-flight. So then you roll early because every instinct in your body would tell you to roll there. I actually really like it when they like swap up timing on their attacks. And so it's like, you have to roll, then like mash roll, and then slow down to the last one. I think that's very fun. Let's check the damage difference. Cestus, 185. Can he bleed, chat?
Tell me, do you bleed?
You're horrible at the game, bro. Nobody loves you. I cured your... How did I cure your autism with that? Clip it, and let me figure out how that happened. Resist to bleed. Gotcha. Thank you. First phase is resist to fire. Well, don't matter because this weapon's locked to fire and I can't infuse it because it's Dark Souls 3. So I get no options. Oh, that was bad. Chat, is this guy the worst player ever? Is he horrible at the game? I mean, I think that we have to do it, right, chat? Ooh, nobody loves you, bro. Nobody loves you and you're ugly. Oh my gosh, Toasty Waffles. Welcome. Toasty Wafies, my bad. Autism came back. Okay, my bad. That's kind of true, actually. Boss, guy in armor, he was actually fun. I'm not gonna lie. I think I give him a bad rap because I used to be really bad, but that was genuinely fun. And those delayed attacks were delayed in a way where they're slow, but they come out kind of when you think they would. Elden Ring will literally hit you with the, I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna get you. How am I supposed to react to that? At least in this game, the delayed attacks are like, alright?
Alright.
Chat, we did it. Second try. My bad for throwing on the first one, but I don't normally even fight him in a playthrough. I mean, I've never even fought it before, so I mean, second try is pretty freaking good. I'd actually say second try is above average for how quick most people kill him. Must say. See, chat? Okay, if this game had a boss rush mode, I'd probably rank it entire, like, point or two higher. Because the bosses in this game, the good bosses in this game, are actually good and fun. That said, a lot of them are not good bosses, and everything else about this game. But notice the worst part of that entire fight was the dragon part of the fight. Chat, rank the Dark Souls dragon bosses. You can't. But I will say Placidusax is a spectacle, for sure. But every Elden Ring boss fight is a spectacle. But it definitely is. It definitely is a spectacle. I'm Orenstein from Smo, from Dark Smo. There's definitely a Ring of Steel Protection, by the way. I'm looking it up because Croat said it. I was wrong. Steel. Honestly, should we just hit the DLC right now? Ring of Steel Protection. I genuinely don't remember the rest of the game. Ancient Wyvern. After entering the arena, run up the stairs until you see a bell. Proceed right. Did I pick it up and I just didn't pay attention? No, there's a ledge. There's a drop down. That's right. Because, okay, someone tell me right now. Crotolilius, you tell me. Because if I don't say someone specifically, then nobody will do it. What all can I go do from this exact moment? I know you don't even know this game because you hate this game, but, like, open up. Come on. Thank you, game. For that stutter. I love it.
Very well, then.
What all can I go do from this exact moment? Eight damage isn't bad. I like how the claws are getting less. No, it's getting the same amount.
Farewell, Ashen.
Actually, it's getting 7. What all can I do from this exact moment? Because I genuinely can't remember. I did Archdragon. I completed Twin Princess. But then what do you do after Twin Princes? You put all of this stuff on the thing. I put everyone's thing on the thing. I really thought the Twin Princes went here, honestly. Oh, they do. You just can't do it if you're standing right there. I knew I was missing something. Surely someone's gotten stuck at that point, right? Why am I fat rolling? Here we go. Is that literally the whole game, guys? Also, another thing in this game, like, everything is forced onto you. Like, what Moonblade figured out there's like 5 optional bosses in this game versus DS2 it's like every boss is optional. I did hydrate. I'll hydrate again. Gideon doesn't count, okay? Playable, just playable NPC boss fight is never good.
The fire fades.
Is this literally the end of the game?
And the lords go without thrones.
Have I done everything possible in the... Is this game short AF? Does this teleport me to the killing of the first flame or whatnot?
To the true air.
I killed the guy in Demon Ruins, but I'm not going through Lost Izalith, bro. That's like the worst area in the game of only bad areas. This is, I mean, this is like 8 hours in. So this is, wait, so me with more deaths than DS1 on a harder game than DS1 was almost the same length as DS1, and in DS1 I was one-shotting everything the entire playthrough. Dude, this is a short game. I very rarely make it to the end of the game because I normally quit halfway through because I get bored. I forgot how there's really not much to do in this game.
Let her grant death.
DS3 has 6 optional main game or optional base game bosses. DS2 has 25. And that's the way it should be, in my opinion. I do appreciate that about Elden Ring. You only need like 8 bosses killed total to beat the game. The killing of the first flame. From Dark Souls! Oh my gosh, it's from Dark Souls! Dude, do you know Dark Souls? I don't think there's any items to pick up here. I remember the first time I went to kill Soul of Cinder, I fought him like 3 times and was only... What was the point of that? What was the point of that? Dude, DS3... Okay. Okay, so with DS3, the game feels so not connected to any of the rest of the world, okay? And that is an example. Oh, this is how you get to the other DLC, huh? Wait. I thought you had to beat the game to go to the Drake Keep. No, okay, so you start out the game, get to Firelink, immediately teleport away. Then you go through the high wall. Why do I got like the Clark Kent little frickin' squiggly going on? Then you get to Vort, and then it teleports you to the next area. Like, the game teleports you like crazy. It teleports you there, wherever that was, to have you walk up to a bonfire and teleport. I get it was to, like, show it, I guess. But what was the point of that? Why did you do that? I don't feel connected to the world at all. And with the teleportation, it makes it so it's like, where was Firelink adjacent to the high wall? And where am I now adjacent to Firelink? I don't know, because I didn't take any path. And then it just teleported me. I'm literally Clark Kent. I know. Yeah, we're gonna do painting in a Drake Heap. Luckily, the DLC did add a significant amount of extra... I didn't mean to go here. The DLC did add a significant amount of extra, like, pathing you can do. But it's still just one path. It's just a really long path. Is 14 Estus max Estus? Also, did the one guy spawn yet? Is that one guy at the... Guys, my like, nerve in my arm is, like, really causing me discomfort and pain right now. Hello, broski, welcome. Only one that really makes sense is Snow DLC, since it's a painting. Yeah, so that one's, like, fair. But the rest of the teleports are like, why did they even do that? And, like, the one... Honestly, the one from Vort down to the high wall, to just put a bridge. Just put a bridge. Yep, Snowman DLC, that's right, chat. I almost always do the Snow DLC, like, as soon as I hit the cathedral, and it's always really hard, so we'll see how it goes. Stop running from your fate, you loser. Quit getting beat up. Quit getting beat up. Why you getting beat up? Why you getting beat up? Why you getting beat up right now? Oh, I'm getting beat up right now. I'm getting beat up right now. Why you getting beat up? Why you getting beat up? Ooh, you're a noob. Oh, I want to check, too. What is the damage on the different steel protections? PvE damage. I forgot this game balances separately for PvE and PvP, except they still balance the game overall with PvP in mind. So everything's just like nerfed and then like mega super nerfed in PvP. So shout out. Steel protection plus 1 is 10%, then 13, then 15, then 17. So maybe we should just go pick up the plus 3 real quick. I don't want to do that DLC yet. I gotta play it in the canon event way where I go kill Sister Freight and then get to the DLC from there. That said, I'm thinking, what if we just go over there and get the steel protection plus 3? Because I kind of want to do that. What do you think? Yeah, the engine just couldn't handle it, bro. You can at least look back up, Croat, but why teleport me, bro? Why teleport me? Just put a bridge. Just put a bridge. Just let me walk over there. Okay, let's see. I don't remember where this is. This is really early on, though. Immediately after the Drake Keep bonfire, which I think that's his first one, right? Let me double check. We're not going to do this whole DLC. We'll do Sister Freight first. I honestly want to teleport there from there, but like I really want the steel protection ring, even though I don't know what I'm going to replace with. Is this the Drake Heap bonfire? No, that's crazy. If I wanted the chat, it's pay to win. It's actually pay to win. So if I want the +2 version of this ring, okay, I have to hit NG++, so NG +2, then go to the Abyss Watchers, into the Catacombs of Karthus, and kill the skeletons. Oh, and then it's up there with them. Or it's, alternatively, immediately after this bonfire, head forward past the horde of enemies to a corpse. You fall with the floor breaking, yeah, once at the bottom. Out the only door, there will be an angel-like hollow firing projectiles. Drop down and run past. And take cover behind the building. Now circle to the other side of the building along the planks. I kind of remember. I think it's on a cliff. Right? Let's have a message. Alright, we're good. Gale is a good boss. I kind of forgot about Gale, though. Alright. You are undead.
Well, you thinking?
Now, I will say, this DLC is pretty fire. Usually you can helicopter. But it's also pretty fire because it does have Earthen Peak from DS2. So, let's freaking go. Alright, I don't remember how to pad through this area. I think that's the one that drops me down. So let's go grab the other stuff first. What up, loser? Give us a raise, loser. I don't like the areas of this DLC either. Did I mention that? I never have. Never have, never will. Yeah, all of DS3 is... I forgot about this. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Oh, that? Yeah, I forgot about that, I guess. Forgot about that. Boom, Wedding Crasher. What up? The tall not scale. Chat, DS2 is just full of ambushes, bro. And meanwhile, this entire DLC, let's spawn 1,000 enemies. But I think they fully intend for you to not kill anything here and just straight up sprint at full speed. Isn't it right there, in fact? I might be crazy, but I really am pretty sure that it's just straight up right here. Look, guys, you just gotta... That's not an Estus! We got it, baby. What are you talking about? You're trying to change your name color? It's crazy. Alright, well now, I do love the Claranthe ring. How good is it really? How good is it really? Let's Google it, chat. Let's look. Maybe it's placebo. I like how in DS2, the stamina shield sucks balls. No offense. It's fine if that's what it is. It raises it by 7 points per second. I mean, what's the default, you know? Give me something to work off. Is the default like 100? Or is the default like 5? But either way, please don't be heavy. It is slightly heavier, but it's okay. That takes us... Ooh! takes us up to 38%, so almost 40%. Then anytime we press LT, 66% chat. So close to 6-7. No, you know, I'm not a huge fan of Swamp 8534. TBH. So we beat every main game boss, right? Like everything in base game. Farron Keep is the worst poison swamp in all of the series. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest with you. I think it is the worst poison swamp, in my opinion, in all of Souls. Maybe the Scarlet Rot swamp is worse. I don't know. But is it even? I will say, though, the DLC, I appreciate that they added some interesting weapons, like the javelin you can throw. That's an interesting weapon. Not the craziest weapon, but it's interesting, you know? I know. I am too, Crow, and like, I think part of it is because, and this is why they changed it in DS2, I think part of it's because in this playthrough, I can literally just run past half the areas. Like, I don't think I engaged with an enemy in Lothric Castle earlier. I just ran through the entire thing. Because I didn't have to engage with anything. Oh, for some reason, going that other path really threw me off of, like, where I was. Dude, I gotta fight the Grave Tender. That's not a good boss, I'm not gonna lie. The bosses in this game that are bad are, like, really not good. But the bosses that are good are really good. So, it's definitely got highs and lows. That's where I feel like with Dark Souls 1 and 2, it's more like they're all kind of whatever, and then there are a few that are really good. Dark Souls 3 is all or nothing. It's either like, this is the best boss in Souls history, or like, this is the literal worst boss ever created by man. What's up here? Is there anything up there? I thought there was. Or is this just a way back? Yeah, there's something. Is this the javelin? Might be the javelin. It's not.
Dark Souls 2 had too many ambushes.
There's the javelin. I knew it was somewhere there. Artorias, you got punched in the gut, buddy. I will say, this game doesn't have as good a fashion Souls as DS2 or Elden Ring, but can't do this fashion in DS2. Now can ya? You can't be fat, Artorias. Yeah, bad Sif with annoying NPC. You know, I've seen some people complain. I saw, like, something in DS2 where it was, like, someone was complaining that with all the bosses, like, you can just stand behind them, and that's why DS1 is better, because you can't just do that. Almost every boss in DS1, you can just, like, walk behind them, and they can't hit you. Even Sif, you can do that, too. Even though Sif will jump around, like, you can literally just sprint behind him and just get behind him, and he will never hit you. It's like, come on, let's be a little more disingenuous about DS2, how about? I'm telling you guys, everything in DS2 is only a problem when DS2 does it. Even though all the games do all the problems of DS2, and some even do it worse. And then, like, the complaint of, like, enemies are too annoying in DS2 because they chase you to the end of the earth and never de-aggro you, and there's too many enemies. But then he also complained that, like, once they exit aggro range, they'll just stop going for you, which, guess what? That happens in every game. This guy stopped aggroing me because I went too far away. That happens in every single Souls game. And if they didn't stop aggro at a certain point, you would complain more because then the enemies never stop aggroing you and they follow you to the edge of the earth to kill you. So there's no winning with DS2 haters, bro. DS2 haters are a different breed, and they'll literally be like, man, I wish the game had more bosses. And then they add more bosses and they're like, man,
Man, the game has too many freaking bosses, dude. There's so many bosses.
you know, it's really weird doing this DLC at the end of the game. I normally do it once I get to the cathedral, and it's like, wow, dude, this game's freaking hard. But right now, it's like, wow, nothing kills me. Yeah, they really search for everything and anything. Yeah, that's actually, that second point's pretty fair. The overall community opinion would change drastically based on the shoe status. Is this the hardest Souls game they ever released? And it's a YouTube short about not even a Souls game. Perseverance, chat. It's broken. It is the most broken ability in Dark Souls. Titanite Shard. What the? Never played any DS, but had to level iframe. Sounds BS. So here's the thing. It is. I think it's kind of dumb. But Dark Souls 2, you level up so much that literally... Because like in Dark Souls 1, you have to try to hit level 100 by the end of your playthrough, right? I think on our playthrough where we killed every boss, did everything you can do in the game, I think I ended at like 70 or 80. But our Dark Souls 2 playthrough, I think ended at like 180 or something. And you really only need, depending on which character you pick, at most maybe 15 levels in for the iframes. So it's like, you know, 10, like not even 10% of all the souls or of all the levels you do are for it. So it's a dumb mechanic, but you can just level it up after literally 1 or 2 kills and you never have to think about it again. And at the same time, you can over level to the point where you have more iframes than in any of the other games without the use of rings in the other games, that is. So it's interesting, but it shouldn't have started you with such few. Although, to be fair, it's not like crazy, because at the lowest amount, I think you still have 7, maybe? I want to say 7 at the absolute lowest amount, and the default for like Dark Souls 1 is 11. So you miss 4 frames, which is a lot of frames, but it's not like, oh, I literally don't have iframes. It's more a problem of like the lingering hitboxes in DS2. Like the hitboxes last a really long time, so even if you had 30 frames, you'd still get hit by some attacks. That's really cool. Dark Souls, that's Dark Souls, yep, Dark Souls 2's bad game though. Dark Souls 2, bad game. Dark Souls 3, good game. Dark Souls 2, bad game. Dark Souls 2, real bad game. Dark Souls 2, horrible game. Dark Souls 2, worst game in series. But Dark Souls 3, best game ever. What? Why is that getting auto-modded? Am I crazy? I thought there was a bonfire, like right here, somewhere. What's the point of this? There's definitely a bonfire in a cave, but I guess it's up a tiny bit more. Here it is. Yeah, Diego. So you can get that in NG normal on DS2. Like you can easily hit 215 if you just like kill some enemies or farm a boss or two, which you can farm bosses in that game. And so it's like, yeah, is it dumb that you need to spend any skill points at all? Yeah, I think that's kind of dumb. But is it really a problem in the grand scheme of things? No, not at all. But then you've got players who will hold themselves back because they hate the mechanics so bad that they're like, yeah, I'm just going to not engage with it. And if you do that, that is just a you problem. Genuinely, that is just a problem with you and the way you play the game. I have one friend in particular where he's like, I hate DS2 because I think that you should roll in the Souls games. But Dark Souls 2 forces me to use a shield. And I was like, why does it force you to use a shield? And he was like, because I don't want to level ADP. And I was like, dude, it's fine though. Just like put 10 points into it and you'll be fine. And then he was like, no, because it's a bad mechanic. So I don't want to use it because it's a stupid mechanic. It's like, well then, yeah. It's like saying I do no damage. And then it's like, well then level up your damage. And he goes, no, I don't want to. I don't want to have to level up my damage to do damage.
You looked at no belt if you've lost now.
Well then, don't know what to tell you, man, but you're not gonna get any damage then at that point. Like, crazy. So how long has this playthrough been? With, I mean, 10 hours is it's a pretty long amount, but if I wouldn't have died, like if I was actually good at this game, 'cause this is probably the Souls game that I would say I'm worst at, but thank you. But I guess panic rolling and perseverance makes up for it, so it's okay. Yeah, I mean, that's not too bad. It's about as long as DS1, but the difference is DS1 is long, but like you get to choose how you play it. Or sorry, isn't long, is short, but you get to choose how you play it, and DS3 is short, but you don't get to choose. You know. Pretty much you just need your agility to 99 and you have more iframes than the other games. I think at 96, you technically have as much as DS1, and then at 105, you have, I think, more than any of the other games. Bruh. No, I've not had breakfast today. Yeah, DS2 is a much slower, more deliberate, methodical game, Diego, so it's definitely significantly less... the way that you play the game is just entirely different, and normally it's all about rolling through the attack instead of rolling forward to stay with the boss. You typically roll against the attack. If you roll with the attack in DS2, though, because, like, a lot of bosses, they'll have, like, literally 40 frames on their sword. So, hold on. If I'm right here, and I roll with the attack. In some games that might clip you, but most of the time it probably won't because there's only, 10 frames of damage on the attack. But in Dark Souls 2, you'll roll with it and you'll be here, right? And then you roll with it and you end up in it once your roll's over and you still take damage. So it's more important than ever to, 1, time your rolls, and 2, roll in the correct direction where you roll through it. Because otherwise you just get clipped every single time. And then people will be like, the hitbox is bad. And it's like, that has nothing to do with the hitbox. You're blatantly inside of the sword. That's not the hitbox. That's that it lingers, but it's not that that was some BS attack. It's just that the sword that is still actively moving does damage because it's a moving sword. So, but yeah, I think people don't realize that rolling is actually probably the most punishing in Dark Souls 2 over any of the Souls games at all. Even with ADP leveled up, it's just really punishing. If you roll too early, you'll get hit by lingering hitboxes. If you roll too late, you will just get hit by the attack. And then on top of that, the direction kind of matters more than the other games. The direction still matters in the other games, but I wouldn't say nearly as bad. And then if you roll into the boss, a lot of times bosses will have hitboxes on them when they do attacks. And if they have that, then you're cooked, buddy. Dark Souls 2 has too many ambushes. Meanwhile, you walk down here, it's like you have to decide whether you want to kill them or go for the Titanite demon that you're going to have to respawn if you don't, while you're being shot with multiple arrows from above and from all the way over there. And I don't mind. That's fine that there's an ambush. It's just the fact that if this area was in DS2, no changes, people would be like, this area blows, dude. Look at this, I'm getting... Thank you, game, for freezing. Look at this area, it blows, it's so stupid. Hello, ACD, welcome. You can kill Dancer early, which opens up the game, but you will literally get one-shot by almost every one of her attacks early game. So it's like, it's not realistic for most people to do that. It's sort of like if in Dark Souls... Okay, I don't know why the game's stuttering so bad. It's like if in Dark Souls 1, you could skip straight to Sen's Fortress, but you have to, like, kill the Iron Golem with no upgrades. And it's like, yeah, you could probably do it, but, like, if you get hit once, you die. Yeah, DS3 is weird. On one hand, it's the hardest game, and on the other hand, it's, like, the easiest game. Oh, no. And if you check any comment section of any YouTube video, you'll see the same thing. The DS1 and 2 players are like, DS3 is so freaking easy. And then the DS3 players are like, Dark Souls 2 is so freaking easy. I just die all the time because it's BS. But it's really easy, though. It's just BS. It's just BS. It's like, so is it... So it's so easy, but you die all the time? So wouldn't that make it not easy, theoretically? Like, no, it's because it's BS, bro. I only die to stupid stuff. It's like, you mean, like, you not rolling through the attack properly? Is that the stupid stuff you're talking about? Alright, let's go get the... There it is. How bonfire on ice? Scream, man, why bonfire on ice? My basement is full of water. Oh. I'm sorry. Why is that happening? How full are we talking? Are we talking like ground level's got like half an inch? That's actually a lot of water. Wait, half an inch is definitely above average. I mean, pretty sizable. I guess it's not really about how much water, more what you do with the water. Is it like half an inch, or are you talking like you can lay down in it? I like how this DLC just like single-handedly. I wonder if they made this DLC because people were like, you know, there's no frost weapons in this game. Like you implemented a new mechanic, but there's like 2 frost weapons. So maybe they're like, hold on, we got you, frost DLC. It's like kind of nobody asked for this, but thank you. Guys, remember in Dark Souls 1 when you in Dark Souls 1 when Painted World? It's like that. But now you paid for it. Now you paid extra for it for Painted World. Is that the one that you have to kill with the ladder? Do you kill this one down here for the ladder? Where's the guy you kill for the ladder? The world's longest ladder. They were really panning out for game time, I think. Shopbacks full of water had to pay 120 for a plumber to say it's been raining a lot. Thank you, plumber. Actual Super Mario. The next one, the one next to the spell's one you have to kill. Okay, there we go. Yeah, there's the ladder. Illusionary ladder, never before seen in Dark Souls. Yeah, okay, I guess. Yeah, kill an arbitrary enemy. And there you go. Yo, pool party! Guess, if you have cat, like, the lily pad and cattail, you should be fine. Stayed home from school the day this DLC came out. Was so hyped. How did you like it when it came out? I always played it later than everyone else did, but I was surprised because this game, or when this DLC came out, it was like, it's horrible. It's a 5 out of 10. It sucks. It's $10 for this much content. Like nowadays, we got $30 for this much content. But I think this DLC is good. One of the bosses is very underwhelming, and then the other boss is like, a lot of people say the best boss in Souls. I hate Sister Frayed, but that's because I'm bad. Like, it's genuinely... You know, that's actually interesting. Dark Souls, or Elden Ring has a lot of bosses where I'm like, man, I hate this boss because I hate this boss. DS3 has a lot of bosses where I'm like, I hate this boss because I'm bad at it. There's not many bosses I can think of that are like, this is BS. In fact, I can't think of any that are like that in this game. But I can in Elden Ring. But I can't in Elden Ring. Dang, easy slap. I appreciate that after DS1, they were like, why are we gatekeeping the slabs? Because DS1, I think you get literally 2 slabs without farming, right? You get 1 from the Sigurd quest and 1 from Stray Demon. Maybe there's 1 more. But they're really stingy. Also, you like how you do that entire 9-minute ladder climb just to end up right here where the other thing is? It's all to climb up one tiny thing. And that's... People are like, in Dark Souls 2, it's so stupid that the whole game, like, you have to go through the Shrine of Winter because there's debris on the road. What? The Ashen one can't climb over the thing? What is this? Any human on Earth could easily climb up this for the slab, but you don't complain about it in this game because it's only a problem when DS2 does it. It is literally only a problem when DS2 does it. Every single complaint about these games is only a problem when DS2 does it. DS2 has an invisible ladder you can climb? Is that real? Wait, where's that at? You're lying to me. Where's on Duolingo? What? One in Calamite area? Yes, that is true, actually. This is kind of a short DLC, though. Although it's about the same size as Artorias of the Abyss, I would say. And people praised Artorias of the Abyss when it first came out, but... honestly, this might be longer than the Artorias DLC. The Artorias DLC, though, does have, like, Sanctuary Guardian's alright, but the other bosses are like, this is goated. Man, Dark Souls 2 has gank fights. I hate when they put mobs in the boss arena. And then this boss. Just a bunch of wolves in the boss arena that are really annoying because it's dog enemies. It's literally... Wait, FromSoft knows for a fact that people hate when they throw dog enemies into the boss fight. Capra Demon and Royal Rat Authority. And they were like, let's do that again. Watch this parry, by the way, first try. Partial parry, yes! I had good timing and I still got punished. Whippy! Did he just growl at me? He's a furry! I'm not killing him because he's a furry, chat. Shout out all my furries. All my furries. I'm just saying. Just making an observation, okay? Watch this. Spin move! Boom! Nuked! That didn't even launch him.
Hey, you know what'd be cool? Sith, but he's a gank fight.
Who asked for that? Also, did we get a... We didn't even get a prediction on this one. Probably because we forgot this boss frickin' existed. And then I've seen people complain about DS2 because the game doesn't, like, properly teach you that sometimes you shouldn't lock on. And it's like, every Souls game has moments when you shouldn't lock on. And it was never a problem before this game to you. Because it is only a problem when Dark Souls 2 do it. Please, 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 please. Okay, watch this. Perseverance. And now beat him to death. Roll, Perseverance, beat him to death. I'm telling you, this is the most overpowered weapon art in Dark Souls 3, chat. There is quite literally nothing, no weapon art better. Find me one weapon art better than Perseverance. I just bundled.
Bundle up, it's cold out there. Easy bot here. You should really bundle up. It's pretty cold out there.
It's like Sif, but if Sif was really annoying. Wait, watch this. Sif, I mean, TBH chat. Sif is already an annoying fight, I'm not gonna lie. But this is just worse. The damage, though. Damage is huge. Sif if he had delayed dashes. Fire, bro. Watch this. It'll... Stop. Alright, do that. Do that. And now the damage goes crazy. And we can't, we don't have FP. I was gonna cut off. Alright, let's reimagine Sif, but he's some random guy you don't care about, okay? And then, hear this out. He dashes. And he's a gank fight. It's like, dude, you're fired. Like, immediately. Please die! You know, this... Now that I'm thinking about it, this was actually the OG Elden Ring boss. You can tell by the way that you can hit him once and then he flies away at full speed. Shield of once. That thingy. Where's it at? I think that weapon's kind of cool. It's a shield and a sword combo. It's interesting. Would I ever use it? No, but it's interesting for sure. All right, cool. I don't remember what the point of that was. I got the thing that he just dropped me. I think it's a key. Burn at Firelink Shrine to unlock PvP. All right. Well, that's cool, I guess. And there's literally nothing else down here. Fire, bro. Yeah, I don't notice it either, Crowd. I see a lot of people complain about that with DS2, and maybe they notice it more, and if they do, that's a valid complaint, but TBH, I kind of never notice, the A-directional. Alright, on to the rest of this DLC. There you go, chat. Now I got PvP unlocked. Fire, bro, yes. Yes, dude. Ha! Freaking sick. You're friggin' sick. Sick in the friggin' head. Will you fight Frayed next? Or save her for later? Well, she's the next and only other boss in this DLC, so we're gonna kill her. I will say though, DS2 movement is weird. I don't find the problem with the 8 directional movement. I've really barely ever noticed it. I don't think there's ever been a time where I was like, man, that sucked. I do notice it with DS1, with the 4 directional movement. I never notice it with DS2. But what I do notice with DS2 is that the movement is definitely weird. Sometimes it's like weirdly snappy to a bad level, and then other times it feels very kind of not good. I will say that. They kind of stole this from Dark Souls 2 when you go down the slide to the Reindeer Valley. crazy, bro. Chat, would you be mad if I was wearing a wire this whole time? I've been recording all of what you guys been saying. Would you be mad at me, or like, would it be like, nah, it's cool, bro? It would have been cool if you could have seen the wolf from here. Sort of like a Terramorphous bunker type situation. It's from Borderlands. Don't know if you guys have ever heard of that game. Diego Max! Oh my gosh, it's been a while. Hello. We are playing DS3 right now. We have been playing all the Soulsborne games. Well, no, just the Souls games. Just 2 of them, in fact. This is the 3rd one, though, that we're playing. And yeah, we have finished the game other than Soul of Cinder. I think I'll save Soul of Cinder for last final boss. And yeah, we're finally clearing out the DLC. We just beat Wolf Dude. And yeah. We are also doing Fist only this whole playthrough. I like that Night Rain, and maybe it was probably in Shadow of the Erd Tree too. I never finished Shadow of the Erd Tree, but I like that they made bleed water a thing. You're horrible, buddy. Nobody loves you. It has been a while, but I'm glad to see you back. I'm happy you're here. I play on keyboard and mouse, so omnidirectional doesn't do anything for me. Exactly. Chat, if 360 movement is such a big deal, how do keyboard and mouse players go? TV fair. I was gonna say TBH, but then changed to be fair. Keyboard and mouse players are kind of psychotic in every way. Mick has 500 hours on Elden Ring keyboard and mouse. That's freak behavior. You ask me. But it is what it is. Look at this guy. Chat, we all know a guy who looks like this. Tag your friend below if your friend looks like this. If you got a friend that looks like this, tag him below. We all got the friend that looks like this. TBH, I have a friend whose posture's kind of like that. Oh, thank you, cultist. Okay, so is the final boss of the DLC the, like, Consort Radon that they had to nerf really bad? Posture check? I mean, my posture was already pretty good, but... Alright. Is the final boss of the DLC Consort Radon? Because I heard that he's, like, just actually just, like, straight up BS and, like, the worst boss ever created, and that they had to nerf him really hard. Because he was too dumb. Is that true? Yeah? Alright, cool. Nah, dude, nah, come on. Elden Ring is already the game where it's like, we're gonna just bring back the boss. We're just gonna reuse a boss. And I know that he's different and has different attacks, but it's like, really, bro? For the final boss of the whole DLC, you're like, yeah, just bring back base game boss. Make him better, I guess. Buff him up. New attacks. Like, imagine if the final boss of the Artorias of the Abyss DLC was like Sith. Again. If all I'm saying, if DS2 did that, if the end of the, like, if instead of Burnt Ivory King, you fought, like, a buffed up Velstad, I guess you actually kind of do. But if you fought, like, buffed up Velstad, everyone would be like, this is so boring, this is so lame, bro, this is so cringe. Just saying, it's only a problem when DS2 does it. No! He just died of fall damage. Bro broke his legs on that. I guess he does have pretty small legs. TX bad? True. True. That's true. Why this game but not first try but 3? Sister Frey is one of those bosses I beat one time in my entire life. I've attempted her many times, but I normally give up. So... I think that one try would be a little biased. What I get? Wait, I got a new claw weapon. I got the talons. Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of Elden Beast. Okay. Oh wait, those are the crow quills. Never mind. They do have crow talons though, right? Have I picked them up? No. Did these guys even attack you? Like, am I just killing them for no reason? I'm sorry, guys. I didn't realize. I thought you were hostile. You just looked like it. And so I just profiled you based off your species. Dang, chat. That's crazy. We must stop bigotry. Jump scare enemy. What's the point? Chat, I do be loving 40% damage absorption, but I really want to put more points into vitality. And honestly, I might even do that before putting more into dexterity. I know that that gets me more damage, but I really want to be able to wear Havel's armor. I think that would be so fire for real, for real. Genuinely. What? Thank you for the lag. What was the point of this little drop down right here? Have y'all ever seen Wreck-It Ralph? That is Slave Knight Gale armor right there. Hold on. I could get... Yeah, I can get the diaper armor. Hold on. Now, DS3 does this so many times, by the way. Because it's like, now I have to redo everything that I just went through. I didn't get this shortcut. That's why. But I still have to just, like, go back up to do the one drop down to the Slave Knight armor. And then do it again. And that's the DS3 world design, is just run through the same area 3 different times. Have y'all ever seen Wreck-It Ralph? There's also an item over on that roof. Chat. I am Shakespeare in the flesh. Ow! Thank you. Thank you, Borderlands. That's not what this game is. Let's do the drop down. Get the epic shortcut. Lay epic shortcut. Lay unlocked. Ow. 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 Yeah, they feel kind of chory in this game. Like DS1 DLC is like, oh boy, I'm doing the DLC. DS3 DLC, I don't know. Just doesn't hit the same. Maybe whenever I play Borderlands 2, I'll just start complaining about DS2 the whole time. Dude, this game blows. This game blows because DS2. Chad, if it weren't for ADP, like, this game would be better. TBH. All I'm saying, if they brought back ADP in this game, nobody would bat an eye. They'd be like, this is a masterpiece of perfection. Oh, really? Oh, really? You truly believe that? Also, there's the Crow Talons. So we could get that instead. Okay, but dodge roll in Borderlands 2 would be kind of... It would go hard. Definitely would. Definitely be hard. Yeah. Hey, man, calm down. Alright, let's equip it over here. Okay. Crow Talons have higher base damage and higher scaling than the Mannequin Claws. That's actually more than the original claws were too. Raptor Fury spread, broadcast of swings. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, chat. We're probably not gonna use that at all, but it's cool that we have that, I guess. It does have bonus crit damage though, weirdly. Oh, but so do the claws. Oh boy. A helpless little Titanite lizard. I sure hope I don't get ambushed and ganked. You're horrible. Nobody loves you.
Haha.
See, and then this, they're like, look, climb the ladder. Now drop down, grab one item. Oh, cool. What's next? Climb the ladder. But I just did that. Climb the ladder. No, I haven't done any PvP. I think we're set offline. Hello, Mr. Migi. Welcome. We are fisting things. That is right. Guys, people are always like,
Dude, Dark Souls 2 is so bad because Miyazaki didn't even work on it.
but Miyazaki oversaw the entire thing and is happy with with a lot of the things they did in Dark Souls 2. So... Oh, chat, this room. This is the death room. This is the no escape, no rest for the wicked room. Reference to a game you guys might not have heard of. This game. It's called Borderlands 2, 1, I guess technically. Kind of 2 at the end of the game. Spoiler. But, you know. Is this the one? This isn't the one where there's like an illusionary wall on the beams, right? That wouldn't make any sense just based off how this is placed. Okay, that cobweb's 2D. 2D's nuts. Alright. Let's put 2 really annoying enemies in one room with no way to bait one of them out. Let's use Perseverance to tank everything. Watch this, watch this, watch this. It don't even matter because we have the best... Dark Souls 2 is bad because the ambushes, chat. Dark Souls 2 is bad because there's rooms that you go in where you die if you enter it. Man, if ADP didn't exist, bro, we would have died right there. If ADP didn't exist. What are you guys saying right now? True, 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 true. If we had Moonlight Greatsword, we would have won there. Yeah, no. Only DS2 has, like, moments where you, like, enter a room and aren't able to kill the other one first unless you use, like, a bow and arrow, which is actually viable in DS2. And unfortunately, like, if DS2 didn't exist how it did, like, we probably would have survived there, probably. Kind of unfortunate. This is the most evil Titanite Lizard of all time, by the way. Like, how do you get that? I guess you kill the guy, then save quit, but I don't think the great Miyazaki intended it that way. I like how he's sitting there, but he just jumps off the moment he sees you. Damage check? Alright. I was like, maybe this'll work. Alright, well, let's Ember for this. I think in every Souls game on my first playthrough, I ran entirely out of Effigy Estus Humanity because I was not good. Luckily, we do have Perseverance, the greatest weapon art in the game. Nobody has set a weapon art better than Perseverance, by the way. Dude, Artorias is having a comeback. Hold up. And my reward for all that is a large Titanite. Corona? Chat. People get that, bro. Okay, DS3 bows are viable, DS1 bows are viable, Elden Ring bows are viable. But in DS2, like, it feels like they want you to use bows. I'm not gonna lie. They're pretty darn good. Is there anything back here? I always feel like it's useless to go back here. That's right. That is right, Diego. What is the point of this? I think it's a good idea, Croat, but it is kind of annoying. I won't lie. But I agree. DS1 and 3, you can just sprint through every area and get to the fog gate. Or like, if you're stuck, you just sprint through and then save quit. I mean, look how much I abuse save quits. DS2 was like, no, we want you to interact with the enemies, though. Is there an item back there? Nice grab attack, loser. I do like the Ultra Great Sword sweeps. You're talking about the ones where they, like, drag it on the ground? I agree. I like those. Now, I feel like this guy normally just, like, cooks me. So, we'll see how this goes. We'll use our epic weapon art. Epic. We're out of FPs, so we're not going to be able to use Perseverance because I wasted it on that crap. It's crazy that even after you beat the game, this guy's genuinely harder than Nameless King. Is that a hot take? Is that a hot take? Oh my goodness. I think you can just get him off the cliff though, right? Now this guy is actually harder than Nameless King. I think you can get him off the cliff somehow, right? Just like parry him at the cliff and then punch him. Hold on, lock in. I actually hit a parry that wasn't a partial parry. Absolutely insane. Wait, raptor talons? Or just normal claws, I guess? For the bonus bleed? He has hyper armor. Surely that's not balanced. Surely that's not balanced.
Lesson. Inside the cold, painting curiosity could be your cross.
It's the status effect that does damage, not the bow. No, that's not true, bro. That's not true. In DS2, you can just kill everything. Granted, poison is really nice, so it's great for status effect. True. Alright, this time I actually have FP for my case. Oh, you're talking about Elden Ring bows? Well, grow up, because I joined the conversation midway through. Oh my gosh, why do you do that, chat? You had no reason to do that. Hydrate? I'll see what I have left. My rations are getting low. Thank you, Chug Juice. Made for chugging. Thank you, Freezing Game. Meant for freezing up.
Time and time again.
Time and time again, I've seen your type.
Must be called.
What does that mean?
Every secret must be unearthed. Such is the conceit of the self-proclaimed.
This is Dark Souls 3 PvP, by the way.
But in the end,
It's just panic roll, panic roll, panic roll, panic roll, panic roll, panic roll.
you'll bring upon yourself.
Come on, bro. Use your Estus. We know you have it. No! Okay.
My lady,
Dude, you're horrible at the game.
have a
Wait, he's required? That's crazy. Use contraption key. It's kind of almost arbitrary. They just were like, we don't want you to skip. Chat, was that cute? What the heck? Where'd this staircase come from, chat? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, this area. I hate this area. This is one of those areas. Oh, run through it 9 times. Am I with planes? First of all, I find that derogatory way you just asked me, Gas. I'm not with any planes right now, no. Like, what's with you, man? What an epic shortcut, chat. What an epic shortcut. Make it so you walk out here. No, hear this out. Hear this out. Miyazaki must have worked on this one. So you come up those stairs, and then you walk out here, right? And then you walk and you drop down so you can't get back up. What are you going to do? Shortcut. The shortcut. That's epic. No, I'm fine with playing so gas. I'm used to it. Yeah, Miyazaki's signature, just all over that. The shortcuts in this game are the worst ever of all time. You know, and like, I already kind of knew that, but it's been a while since I played, so I forgot. It's not even shortcuts. It's literally just like, it's just a useless door. It's like Miyazaki was just like, add a door there. Why, sir? We already... I mean, there's already a way to get there. It won't save any time. Add a door. Make it useless. Yeah, make it actually lose you time if you take that way. But it's a shortcut. You want a shortcut, sir? No, I didn't say I want a shortcut. I said I want a door. I said add a door. I didn't say add a shortcut. I said add a door. Yes, sir, Miyazaki. So sorry that we ever question you. No, this is one of those areas, though, where it's like, run through it one time. Oh, now go back. and do it again. If you want all the items, you run back and do it again. It's kind of nothing I want here, though. Isn't there a whip? There's a whip, and I can get that torch, which I think is that, which only Dark Souls 2 has ganks, by the way. Never mind all the enemies currently chasing me, and then the fact that once I go over to that torch, there's going to be a bunch of wolves. Never mind that. Or is it down here? Ooh, a shield. A wooden shield. Yippee! Oh, it's great to be me. Jolly good shield. This cut got me feeling different. Jolly good show.
I've seen this before. You're gonna have to run through this area 19 times like Miyazaki intended, Mordecai.
You mean we can't just walk through?
You shouldn't have done that.
Now, chat, so what you don't understand is that in DS2, like, the ganks are cheap. In DS3, the ganks are peak. And the way that the dogs teleport, literally, that one jumped off the cliff and teleported back up. Bro, it's peak. You just don't know. You don't know. It's okay if you don't know, but... Yeah, the one in Farron, you kill the giant crystal lizard, and then it's like, oh, look, shortcut. What is that ever going to save you time on? What's the point of the shortcut? There's nothing there. Also, there's just items down there. I don't even care, bro. I'm running through. We're at least getting into a position where next stream we beat this game, okay? I don't know. I do love this game. I really do, chat. But, like, what a goober. You know, this shortcut's actually kind of useful. I've definitely had at least 1 or 2 times where I've used this. Okay, well, I guess we'll just run through. Just hope we don't die before the next bonfire. Next bonfire? Because I don't think there's a bonfire for a while. Gamba up. Gamba's still up, chat. All in your channel points. Sour Patch Kid jelly beans? No. It was good. It is interesting that Sour Patch Kids have, like, a very distinct taste. Frame 1 auto grab attack. I don't have time to put on the torch, so... What do you think about Fire Giant? I don't particularly care for him. He's not the worst boss ever created by FromSoft, but he's not the best. There it is. This is just a stairway down. And he's riding a stairway to heaven. Only Dark Souls 2 has ambushes. Never mind those guys down there. Only Dark Souls 2 has ambushes, bro. Can I walk over this? Like, I can't see. I cannot see. I'm legally blind. There's at least one more. Oh, that's not an illusionary wall, but that must be what I'm thinking of. Wait, this guy's kind of looking at that wall. Does that mean it's... Is that a sign, Miyazaki? Chat, what would you call Miyazaki if he was... If Miyazaki drank Japanese alcohol? What do you think? What you might call him instead of Miyazaki? He'd be Miyasake. March 30th to June 6th. What? Hold up. No. Guys, I'm not going there for 9 months. Now, assuming you meant May. So you said the exact abbreviation for March. I'm going to assume that you meant May. Assuming you meant May, probably, but let me double check and then I'll get back to you at the end of the day. Where's the lever? Chat, this game's so peak. I love this. gas. I personally think that we need to make some content. There's definitely an illusionary wall somewhere down here. There it is. It's in the most obvious spot of all time. We definitely gotta make some content while I'm there. So we gotta go to the mall and ask people if they know who Krieg the Psycho is. And then maybe we gotta do like a you laugh, you get tasered or something. You laugh, you lose, but we're Hassan's dog. Chat, should I become a pro beatboxer? I think I have what it takes.
Wait, chat, you remember from Dark Soul?
Wait, from Dark Soul, remember? From Soul, the soul of darkness. Darkness, then redness, then whiteness. DS Bing when? I use Chrome. I feel like Bing's okay, I guess, but I would never voluntarily use Bing. But for the actual answer, I don't know. I don't know. It'd probably be a stream and not a YouTube thing, but I think what I want to do is finish up Borderlands 4 bingo. It's got a lot to go. And then I think I want to do Terraria bingo. See how that goes. See how it feels to like split off somewhere else. What is the point of the parting flame? And then maybe one day down the line, I'll first try a little Aggie in this game. Release store of Estus Echoes to gain moderate dose of Estus. Oh, release store of Death Echoes. What does that even mean? Who's this? What? Wait, from Dark Souls or something. Yes, man. Just roll spam. You're awesome. Everyone loves you. Dude, this is literally DS3 PvP, and that's why I don't like it. Get out of my head! Floating chaos. There's not even like a bridge, like at the... It was just there. I guess this is how the lore is connected, chat. Chat, you guys know the lore? Bonfire last rested at... Oh, actually, we moved the contraptions so we can just straight up beat the game. Where Dragon Lady at? Bingo is okay. Is probably the hottest tick of all time. Are you saying that right now? Dude, that's my entire career, bro. Come on. Each square you have to go kill a DS boss. That's a smart idea. Mike, welcome. These are just blue light glasses because chat told me I should wear them for my headaches. But thank you. I plan to go get my actual eyes checked and see if there's anything wrong with them. And if that's why I get headaches all the time. Chat, all in your channel points, by the way. I'll give you 30 more seconds to all in all of your channel points. Every channel point you go on to a gambit. Doesn't matter whether it's win or lose, okay? But anyway, I think that I'd get this style of glasses. I've like looked before at like what glasses would look good on me and whatnot. But I like these. I like this look. I've never worn glasses before, but both my parents need glasses, so you know, it's probably expected. All right. Like 20 more seconds at max, okay? Go all in. I've never seen this seen this area in my entire life in DS3. He doesn't know. He doesn't know ball. 1 times Ashen Estus after 12 kills and needs to actively be equipped in one of your hands plus extra combustion to some offensive pyros. Okay. Hydrate, thank you, Tosi. Look better with than without. See, I can take that in two ways. I can either go, wow, thank you. You think I look good in these? Or I could take it as, gas, I don't know. I think I've only ever actually beat this boss one time in my life, and I've tried it a lot. It's not an easy boss, and I don't know the moveset. If it was me, oh, but it's more or less, if it's 2 deaths or less. If it was me, I would vote on me losing personally. That said, I've kind of clutched up a few times on some of the bosses. I was surprised to kill Nameless King second try. I was very surprised by that, because I am, like, low-key a pro. Anyway, on one hand, either A, you just think I look good in these. Thank you, I appreciate that, Diego. On the other hand, I look bad without them. So, thank you, bro. A distinguished, renowned gentleman. I know, and you'll believe everything I say more. Go back to the beginning of the stream where I was giving my opinions on the world, and you'll be like, well, that's just so real, actually. Yes, yes. I'm telling you, it's the Clark Clint effect, where all of a sudden it's like, he's no Superman, but he is a distinguished little guy. All right, I'm ending submission, so hopefully Lil Gas Mask put in his channel points. I feel like he never does every time. All right, end submissions. Let's go, Chad. Is she resistant to fire? All right, so I will try my best to avoid getting hit. Also, let's put back on claws in case I need that. Should I get a suit? But like, kind of like a blue suit, right? You mean it like I look horrible without? Thank you. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Now clutch this. I got you. It's the newfound motivation from the glasses. Black suit, red tie, and red pocket square. I thought he had like sort of like a bluer. But bluer. That's a new slur for blue suits. Resistant to magic and all stats effects. Okay, no bleed. Gotcha.
I can see it. Feel it.
I can see it. I can feel it. This is just every Scottish person. I'm gonna drink some water out the toilet real quick. Oh, okay. Okay. Fret not, father, for I'm not Scottish, but you are. Wait, that I made that almost a little Scottish.
It is only the flame quivering at misguided ash. Please avert thine eyes.
Please avert thine eyes, father.
You got to fucking evil mini ghost. Let's go fight this guy with an innie. Oh, she got my way. I've been in money. You got on. Oh, you go, man.
Alright, I should not go for LBs, I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, she hits kind of an Elden Ring right here. Yep. I get hit by that every time. Okay, I gotta remember it's the most delayed attack in all of Soul game. Listen closely. She's up there. Oh, jeez. It's... Doubters, where you at? Wait. She doesn't have much poise. She actually does not have poise. Poise. So, I can just beat her to death. She has some poise. Okay. It's good to know. Chad, is this Elden Ring? I didn't think that'd be a all-around her attack. It's okay. I missed. And she hyper armors. Okay, she has hyper armor there. Now I know. Don't go for that ever again in my life. I gotta remember, I can't punch her out of any attack. but I can though. I guess just not her like grab or anything similar. You can parry her, right? Wait, chat. The parry king from Dark Souls 2 is coming back, making a return. Now this is the worst fight in Dark Souls, by the way. Actual Elden Ring attacks right here.
That's my girlfriend. How dare you kill her?
And the fact that it's a 3-phase boss fight. Alright, I mean, that went okay. That's literally Elden Ring, bro. That's literally the most Elden Ring attack of all time. It's like you just have to know it. You can't react to that. You just have to know it. People talk in this game because in DS1 and 2, people talked like people and only royals and gods spoke or were spoken about with Shakespearean language. Yeah, it's everyone in this game. Does she have a phase 2? She has a phase 3. Yeah. Yeah, I lost my points. It's okay. It's okay. Because next run, we get it. She dead, call Gamba. You wish, buddy. Ariandel is weak to everything. Is that this guy's name? Is this Ariandel? That's literally dogs at 3 a.m. I don't know the strats for this boss. If you guys voted on me, you better backseat me. Tell me. I don't know if I have the Gale Summon, but we're not doing summons. That would be lame. That would make us worse at the game. Everyone knows in Elden Ring, if you use summons, your playthrough's invalid. True. Dude, is this the longest cutscene of all time? Chat, can we clip that? Chat, you guys gotta be competing more for clips. You gotta be like #1 clipper on the channel. Also, I'm thinking, what if like I use your guys' Borderlands screenshots or art or drawing or like literally whatever you want as the intro slideshow? I don't know. Is the strat like go for homeboy? Yeah, his name is Ariandel. I assume that was a woman's name.
I thought that was a girl's name.
Does this fire hurt you? I always thought it did. So, good to know I was wrong. Okay, his hitbox is his entire body right there, just so you guys know. I'm frostbitten, just so you guys know. I don't know what's optimal here, man. This is ONS, but like hardcore mode. Watch this parry. Let me just roll directly into that fire. What? She's healing? Alright, we have 5 S's going into the second phase, assuming I don't take any more damage for the entirety of this phase. Just so you guys know, so that's the current status on that. I'm frostbitten repeatedly. I might need the frostbite ring. Oh no! Okay. Raid part 3 is the hardest? Alright, good. Exciting, riveting. Where's the buckler? Alright. Watch this, chat. Bro's about to get so cooked. I like that she's there to just spam out AoE attacks and heal on occasion. I love that, actually. Got him. Parry God. Ooh. Sorry about your guys' points. Apologize. 2 S's is enough for third phase, right? No, don't heal. Don't heal. Please don't heal. Okay. Thank goodness they make that the longest attack in the game. What if I put on the Hornet Ring? Hear me out. Wait, I'm hitting both of them? I'm hitting both of them! You can't stop me. Okay. I think the final phase is literally just her, right? Focus Super Bowl? Gotcha. Titanite Slab? Easy.
Oh, look at me, I'm dumb and I'm stupid. When the ashes sortie, a flame of light earth. Thou art ash into the bit thick thee.
Can I parry her? Can I parry her, please? Someone tell me! Okay, you have to time that roll better, I guess. My bad, bear. Yeah, that seemed pretty good. Got him. Alright, so now I just no-hit the rest of this and we're fine. Alright. There's one.
All thought of us from thy mind, as thy kind always have.
Is there... No, I genuinely can't. Okay. It's okay. Yes, you can parry second phase. I'm gonna parry got it out then. Blue bug pellet. Oh, no. I don't have frost bug pellet. Cures frostbite status effect. I don't even think that does anything. I think that's like the worst part of this. Okay. Alright. We'll do better this time. And then we'll save the ember for a heal as like a bonus Estus, I guess. Alright, watch this. Buckler moment. Easy. I hate parrying in this game, bro. It's so bad. Actually so bad. Hit a super punch. Dude, every time you parry, it doesn't matter. You still take damage. It's so bad. Genuinely. Alright. Alright. Dude, it's not possible to parry without dying. Or without getting hit in this game. Genuinely. And if it is, someone's lying to me. Hey, but we clutched up. One flask used. Granted, Ember, but like... Okay, focus big soup bowl. Focus the soup. Perpetual stew up in here. Yeah, this is what perpetual stew is going to be like on day 900. I'm being frostbitten.
What was that damage?
No, that's insane, actually. No. You gotta be kidding. I'm almost preferring going for her. I haven't been keeping up with it, but I've seen it now.
When the ashes are to the flame of earth. I'm saying the real words, just don't know cause of accent.
Oh, you can't deal damage to her right there. Okay. How do you dodge that? I guess just dodge away.
When the flame is something really big, then you're really not that big, actually. It's actually pretty average. ladies.
Don't go for the berry. Don't go for the berry. I shouldn't have healed there. Should have known it was unsafe. It seems like everything's unsafe here. Fist only is really nice for this fight. Most people don't realize that. Okay. Don't like the frostbite. I really don't. It's really doing me in. Where's the hornet ring? Oh. Oh, okay. There's my health. Ugh. Yeah, going for that hornet ring was a mistake. I just thought it could have been cool. I got a hit in. I'm happy. Dude, the fact that she swings her attacks all the way behind her is the bane of life itself. Chat, it's over. Alright, I'm sorry, chat. I was really close. If I had a different weapon... Wait. Technically, there's one more try. Wait, there's one more try because it was 2 deaths or less. So if I beat it on this try, it's not over yet. It's not over yet, chat. Okay. I almost ended that too. Okay. Here it is. Hornet ring. I don't know how big of a boost is it? Is it worth Hornet ring here? Let me Google it. I'm Googling. I'm just Googling. Hornets. %? Okay. Okay, and then I'll bleed the homie on the next one. I'm telling you guys, though, look how much better that run was than the last. All right. Smooth. I had time to miss a parry, bro. Delayed attack. Definitely noticing Hornet Ring damage. I hear ya.
Oh, I hear ya. All right.
Chat, shout out to the Scots, huh? When do I Ember? Hold Ember now. It didn't heal me because that was midway through the cutscene. That's really cool, actually. Alright, so this guy can apparently bleed, according to whoever typed that. Thank you for the info. I need to stop getting frostbitten. No way that wasn't a parry, by the way. What are you doing, girl? Oh, she's whooping me. Wait, I realized not only did it not heal, the ember never even went off. Free ember. Let's go. Well, no, it's not free, but ember moment, I guess. Come on, bleed, bro. Bleed, bro. I think I was lied to. He's probably really close to bleeding, but not quite there.
Tell me, do you bleed?
Okay, that's fine. She's all the way over there now. His whole body's a hitbox. Gotta remember that. She's healing him, but I'm like kind of out damaging it, but like not really. Please don't insta-kill me. Okay. This is a... Alright, well, my bad. That run was so much worse. Never used the claws, by the way. Whoever told me that bleeds, you're banned permanently from my life. Amber, you're gone. Well, sorry, chat. Goodbye, Gamba. I blew it. So this is more than 2 deaths, because that was the 3rd death. Complete prediction, complete prediction. To no one's surprise, really. Shout out 30,000 though. I'm sorry to the winners. Bro, just backseat at this point. I'm sorry, chat. Sorry. I just feel like I let you down, you know? I don't know. Just feel like I could have done more. Hey, that second fight, though, I was clean. And then I blew it all on 3rd phase. At least we do, like, somewhat decent damage. Dude, pairing blows. Alright, so we already know that won't pop. Gotta do it again. Think about how much the believers are gonna feel pain when I win on 3rd run. I think this is the way to do it. Cestus, sit under him, punch him to death. Take a little frostbite or 2. I'm dead. That's the way to do it. You're welcome for the points. Chat, if this takes more than 15 minutes, we're just ending stream, and we'll do it next time.
Actually, this is the 4th one.
Yeah, okay. You're right, my bad. Pairing sucks. How do you make it not partial parry all the time? Do I need to parry sooner or later? I wouldn't know. Because this game gives absolutely no indication. How did that not hit me? I don't know. I don't know what I did different. What did I do different? I didn't pick up my souls. It is what it is. Oh. You can't parry that. Love it. Not that I really thought you could. I just didn't know what move she was doing. I just went for it. I forgot that explodes. I mean, that's just my bad. I need her out of the frost. Okay. All right. So okay. So his hitbox on his weapon is ginormous, and the hitbox on him is very small. Kind of like a DS2.
How did that hit me?
Nah, I don't believe that, by the way. I don't believe that for one measly second. Alright, third phase. Okay, so on this,
Oh, with the ashes of flame a lot, Effie.
why do I take damage from standing there? The flame wasn't even there yet. Alright, I think that for this first attack, the trick is just to sprint full speed, you know, line backwards. Alright. Okay. That's the first time I've actually engaged with that move beyond just getting hit, so I didn't realize. Where'd she go? She's still over there. Do I gotta put on, like, frost armor? Okay. Didn't know she had that move. That's fine. Watch this parry, by the way. Once there's a parryable attack, you'll see. Oh, none of those are parryable attacks. Either that or I'm not good, but I genuinely think... I don't think you can parry her mid-combo. It's not looking good. I can't believe how close we got on the second attempt. And then never got even remotely close after that. Hydrate? Hold on. Yeah, but I rolled the slam, Starmaid. Clip it. Clip it. Clip it. And then watch, and you'll be like, yeah, wait, hold on. How did he get hit? I'll be like, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. It's BS. Watch this parry. Okay, you cannot parry her blue scythe. Either that or the timing's like bugged. It's bugged, yeah. It's the only way I could be losing, TBH. True. Also, I think that this is a boss where I need to actively be rolling away. I'm telling you, Perseverance is the best weapon art in Souls history. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, you can roll that. You just have to wait until she lands on the ground first. Saying it makes sense, seems legit. Dude, I go for the parry every time on that attack, knowing full well I can't. Not like this. Not again. Please, please, not again. I didn't hear where she went.
No.
I don't even want to put on the Shield of One because I'm going to die. I'm proud of us. Guys, I'm proud of us. Did I? I never picked up my other souls, did I? If I had more ADP, by the way. There was also a hydrate. Let me get you, bro. Starmaid, where's the clip, bro? Where's the clip? Where's the clip? I'm waiting for the clip. Where's it? And chat. Look at that. We beat the freaking DLC. I ran off Slam Halfbox.
Yeah, I wound back and you were right under him.
Let's see. Let's see. Okay, I'll be a... I will... you know what? I will admit. I will be the bigger man here. I mean, look at me. I'm already the bigger man. This doesn't make me the bigger man, actually, but I will admit, yeah, no. I definitely rolled directly into it, so that's fair. But just so you know, you're on my list now, bro. You're on my list. You know, time speeds up when you're in the Sister Frayed fight. So in my mind, I was like mid-roll when he did that. No, you're absolutely right. Looking at that clip, it's actually blatantly obvious. Quite blatantly. Let's see, that adds 5 damage, but I kind of want more vitality for Havel's armor that we're never going to end up being able to use on this entire playthrough, so I guess we'll just go full dexterity. Maybe we'll just fat roll for Lord of Cinder. That's a pretty good idea. I could always respec, I guess, but I don't think I'd change anything. I will say, at least equip load means something in this game, unlike DS2. Is 13 assists the final one? I don't like that number. Oh, 14, I mean? I don't like 13 or 14, for the record. Good night, Diego. And chat, I think that's good night for us. Streamer's not washed. We did beat the boss, finally. Because we're just that good. I mean, it's no big deal. The old Iron King one? I don't remember that one. That one didn't happen. That one didn't happen. Also up in Discord for posterity. Okay. Come on, buddy. You don't have to do that to me. With that said, chat, I want to thank you all for being here today. I really do appreciate you guys, especially showing up to when I'm not playing Borderland. I extra super duper appreciate that. So thank you all for being here. You are my goats, my absolute goats. Appreciate each and every single one of you. Thank you. Really, all I can say is thank you. Have a great Easter. I hope you guys spend it with your family. And if you don't, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If you're not voluntarily, then like, come on, bro. Grow up, you know, hang out with your family. But happy Easter to you all. Go out in the world, do good things. I appreciate you being here. Seriously. Yeah, have a great rest of your Saturday or Sunday, depending on what part of the world you are in. I don't think there's anyone behind me, so I don't think there's anyone in frickin' Friday right now. Frickin' Friday. But we will be back on Tuesday, where we will beat the DLC, even if it means My Taco Tuesday. We will beat the DLC and Lord of Cinder, and we'll be done with this game. Then we'll either do a Borderlands playthrough, or we'll start up Demon Souls. I don't know. But happy Easter to you all. I will see you all on the flip-flop. Keep it Jablin, Jables. Oh, the button